But in the meantime, how are you all doing? Hope you're having a good Sunday so far. Oh boy! Exactly, you got the accent, you got the hat. Everything is perfect. Let's see how long I can keep going with this. So, let's get some industry going. Let's go for construction, let's go for some production, and also some research. We should also take a look at the focus tree. Because here, we have got against war and fascism. World peace, this is still the broken version, so that's fine. I'll just need to bear that in mind. Because what I am thinking of doing here is going down to part with the colonizer, do as much of the industrial stuff as we can, and then for the greater good, join Comintern, and then maybe we'll see if we can help the Soviets out in Barbarossa. Not the real hat, no. The real hat still hasn't arrived. But it's a Sunday, so I'm not that surprised by that. I'm just going to double check the Post-Nord app to see if there's any updates. Because I still haven't received any bills for customs invoices. So I think it is literally just held at customs at the moment. It says it's still on its way. No, it does say import charge sent to recipient. Unfortunately, I think that only comes by paper, so I have to wait for the paper mail to arrive to then tell me to go to a website to pay it off. Whereas they could just tell me via the app what I owe, and then I'd be able to pay it straight away. Very annoying. I freaking hate Post-Nord. They're the worst company around. Except potentially for very soon SpaceX. Right, so what are we doing? We are doing Against War and Fascism. We're going to start the Veterans Revolt mission going and begin the process of flipping to communist. And then we can basically decide from there what exactly we're going to do longer term. Let's get the infrastructure going in these areas. And Tasmania. And then we'll go here, coal, here, tungsten. And that. Okay. Dockyards. We are going to start building convoys from the start. We'll get our troops. I'm again going to flip you to infantry because I have a few plans for you. And drill. Now the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab Ivan McKay right now. And we're going to wait until we're able to actually deploy you as a HQ. And also Blamey may as well. And Blamey, let's go ahead and make you a logistics wizard. Tasks, no command power. That's fine. Navy, let's have you go out and do some drilling. With automatic split on. And then the Air Force, we're just going to go ahead and sell you. Market options, auto purchase, sell, sell, sell. Marvellous. Alright. Well, let's get going. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to read the description. The Movement Against War and Fascism is the Australian branch of a Comintern-sponsored international effort to mobilise the workers against reactionary forces. Though it has lost momentum in recent years, it falls to us to carry the banner forward once more. This will unlock the union-controlled decisions. Unions must establish themselves in states across Australia. However, the New Guard veterans are working to thwart the spread of communism. So this will activate the Veterans Revolt, and we'll also get imperial pressure right away, as the United Kingdom government kind of decides they don't particularly like communists. Shocker, I know. And yesterday we put on the Australia tune. I think what I'll do is I'll try to find the other Australia song. There's two of them. There's one which is very descriptively called Australia. Right, there you are. And the other one is the March of Determination. This is the other Australian track. Okay. Against War and Fascism is done. Next up, we're going to do a controversial recruitment to get our main man, Maurice Blackburn. Get him in early. And what this has done is... I'm just going to turn the music down again slightly. I'm talking. What this will do is it unlocks the seize local leadership in various location decisions. The price depends on how much support you're going to gain from this. So, for example, if you do New South Wales, that will give you 13.5% communist, but will also cost you 13.5 stability. This is a very quick way of raising communism, and what we're trying to aim for is 50% communist support, which will allow us to do the pig iron protests and begin the process of flipping. However, if you let stability drop below 40%, a civil war will break out. So there are a couple of ways of getting communist in Australia. There's the very quick, do a couple of these decisions, have the civil war break out, fight the civil war. Then there's the mid-length one, which is do a couple of these, and then also get some communist advisors, which will get you the rest of the way. And then the third way is just use communist advisors. You get quite a few of them. It's very political power intensive at the start, and it is slower, but it tends to be a bit more of a stable way of getting it. So that is what we're looking at. Following recent events, it can no longer be denied that Australian politics are shifting. The United Kingdom has taken action to diplomatically ensure that Australia remains on a path suitable for a nation under the Commonwealth umbrella, hoping that their peaceful nudge in the right direction will be enough to keep the Dominion loyal. So we now have imperial pressure, which is going to give daily democracy support and also drop our stability by 10% just straight off the bat. And then basically, the further down this path we go, the more democracy support is going to rise and the more stability hits we'll take. So we do need to kind of balance some of those things against raising communism. Going through the focus tree. I forgot to read this again. Maurice Blackburn is a well-known socialist lawyer, renowned for defending workers' rights and legal battles against oppressive employers. A member of the Labour Party, his loyalty has been called into question due to his links with the more radical movement against war and fascism. So he's currently a Labour politician, but he can flip sides. Sultanate of Orsa submits to Italian demands. The usual. And I'm purposefully not spending any of my political power right now until we've got Maurice. Because you can get him for quite cheap. 67. And, just like with the democratic path, he reduces all other advisor costs by 50%. Which means that we can grab Lance Sharkey, the Orthodox Stalinist, and also the revolutionary equalist, Richard Dixon. Both of those, in fact all three of them, give communist support. So hopefully with that combo we should be able to raise our CPA support just fine. The next thing we're going to do, March 36, I think we're going to take it to the streets, and then after that we'll do world peace. So take it to the streets, unlocks a decision, organise a strike when the decision is removed. Wait, what? Oh yeah, when the decision is removed, you then get that penalty, which is consumer goods factory output, dockyard output. But while the strike ongoing is active, you are then able to do any of these focuses, which is our industrial tree. So we're going to take it to the streets. Industrial action is one of the most powerful tools we possess to force change in society, and we must wield it against a system designed only to exploit. Now is the time to take back the means of production. Workers of Australia, unite! Turkey remilitarizes Turkish Straits. How much? I can actually deploy you now. Fantastic. So what I really want is for this to also start training. Which it is. It is now gaining experience. Marvellous. Fun fact, Australia's biggest export is boomerangs. What's their biggest import? Boomerangs. Oh, very good. Let's go for some more mechanical computing. We are also out of fuel. So you guys are going to be taking extra attrition damage, which is not ideal, so let's send you back to port. And how's the gun situation looking? 2.1k. Okay. I'm going to drop one of you, the one with the lowest strength, outside of there. Second London Naval Treaty has been signed. Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, Japan and the US met in December of 1935 to discuss a renewal of the first London Naval Treaty. Very good. You know what I've just realised? I don't actually want you deployed. I think that any experience gained by the HQ is kept if you undeploy a general, but I'm not 100% sure about that one, actually. I'm kind of curious. So we have taken it to the streets. Next up, we're going to do world peace, because I'm trying to time this in line with when the Spanish Civil War begins. We can also do the Workers' Defense Corps Sparks anew, which will start a bigger drift towards communism rather more aggressively, but I'm kind of okay with just letting this tick over as it's going right now. So yeah, let's get world peace. This takes 35 days. And then I'm going to wait a few days, because this takes 25 days. So basically, once this hits 10, or 9, let's do 9. And then we're going to do organise the strike. Costs another 50 political power. Basic machine tools are done. Let's go ahead and get concentrated industry. And then after this, we probably need to get some infantry combat things. Piece is done, and we should have the strikes going. There it is. Ongoing strike, which means that these are now available. So I'm going to grab National Housing Commission, which will give us some more civilian factories, building slots, but we'll remove the strike ongoing, and then we'll have to start another strike basically to get the next focus in that chain. Meanwhile, I don't think I need to do anything with those. Might be a little bit too generous, the Veterans Revolt timer. Should maybe reduce that to put a bit more pressure on you. You guys are still gaining your stuff. You have now fully trained, but what I'm going to do is withdraw the HQ. So he's fully experienced. So then if I deploy him again... No, it starts from scratch. Okay, good to know. Nationalist Spain declares war on Spain. Alright. Unfortunately, we are... No, we have actually done world peace. So if we go to you... This is where the bug is. It says, country not allowed to send volunteer forces, but if I go to the nationalists, I can. For some reason, I really don't understand why this works this way. If you do world peace before the Civil War breaks out, it breaks. If you do world peace after the Civil War breaks out, it works fine. It's very frustrating. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do no CB, which just allows me to do any action. So what's happening is I've already patched this. So in the future, you can only do world peace during or after the Spanish Civil War. And then I'm going to go to the Republicans. I'm going to say, hey, I want to send you some volunteers. I can only send you 3. So let's send you the 3 strongest units. Which is under McKay. Send. I'm also going to unassign Blaney because I want him to actually be in Spain. And we're going to turn no CB back off again. And Spain has allowed volunteers. So we're going to actually support the Republicans. Okay, research slot available. We wanted to go for the gun stuff. So let's get Vickers, MG, and Stokes mortars. Because we're going to need them, because we're actually going to be fighting fairly early on here. Alright, volunteers have arrived. Let's go bring Blaney in. And then basically we need to decide where we want to fight here. So I know that the nationalists usually put quite a lot of pressure in Malaga. If I go to the states overview, can I see where the unplanned operations are? At the moment it looks like they're pretty much everywhere. Yeah, hidden under there. Actually, I'm not seeing it here. No, Western Aragon doesn't have it. Maybe I can do some early damage over here if I can say take Zaragoza. Let's give that a go. So another note to be said here, the reason I undeployed McKay is because HQs actually count as a division for purposes of volunteers. We found an exploit which basically meant you could spam 3 individual armies if the volunteer HQ didn't count. So you'd do 3 different armies and you would send them, and then each individual army could do their own HQ, so you're effectively sending 6 divisions instead of 3. So in the end we basically had to make it no HQs count towards that limit. We did look at a number of different solutions, like you can only have 1 volunteer HQ, or you can only do 1 volunteer HQ per country you send to. But getting that across to the player, especially newer players, was too difficult, so ultimately we decided just they count as a volunteer. Alright, so we will... Actually, do I want to start the fight straight away, or do I want to get Staff Office Plan real quick? This only costs 3.5 command power. Also, the other thing I want to do is make you a logistics wizard right now. So we'll get the Staff Office Plan locked in for you lot. Also, I can get one of these. I do like my industrial concerns, and I do like my Thieves Brothers for that early infrastructure. We just need to remember to actually change that out later. You're already at maximum, so let's go ahead and send you into the fray. Now bear in mind that we do still have the Citizen Army penalties. However, this is an Expeditionary Force Commander, so those are mitigated somewhat. National Housing Commission is done. So next up, I think what we do... Question here is, do I want to continue down the communist path? Or do I want to strengthen our forces to fight better in the Civil War? Oh no. What are we at now? 28. I mean, we're really not going to be that far off of getting pig iron protests. And I'm going to try and skip picket line to front line so I don't get that extra imperial pressure. I'm just basically going to rush for pig iron protests. So you know what? No, because this adds the extra 0.5 democracy support. I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to try and bolster my troops a little bit. We'll at the very least get Defence Corps. Tempered by fire in the Great War, the Australian military proved its mettle on distant shores, standing firm in some of the most brutal campaigns of the conflict. In the years since, the army has been reduced in size and reshaped into a defensive force, tasked primarily with safeguarding the home isles. The hard-earned lessons of the past endure, ready to be called upon once more. Oh, and I also want to say, you lot get priority when it comes to equipment. And how am I doing for guns? We still have a shortage, but we are catching up. So I think what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to start producing artillery. Because being able to bring artillery to bear in the Spanish Civil War is really quite potent. They got a general. Luxgulf. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Logulskuf. Australian military forces is done, so let's go ahead and invoke the 1903 Defence Act. Traditionally, Australia has relied on its militia for national defence. However, in terms of significant threats, we can invoke the Defence Act of 1903. This allows us to call up additional manpower for defensive purposes. Yes, we are defending communism! That's our defensive purpose here. Well, actually, technically, we're still defending democracy, because we are democratic, as is Spain. They're just slightly communist. But then again, so are we! See, we're very much alike. Us and our Spanish comrades. And this is going to be quite nice, because it's going to be gaining some nice skills for Ivan Mackay here. Ethiopia has capitulated. That's an early win for Italy. Blimey. We may see some Italian troops joining. There's the 1903 Defence Act. So now I'm going to get the Volunteer Defence Corps. Just to get the Division Attack on Non-Corps plus 10. So this will basically mean that with the Expeditionary Leader, it's completely cancelled out. Established as a force akin to the British Home Guard, the Volunteer Defence Corps is an unpaid citizen militia made up of those ineligible for regular service. Despite these limitations, their knowledge of local terrain makes them well suited for guerrilla warfare if the worst should occur. Chinese United Front is formed. Should have been organising strikes. My bad. In fact, I probably did that strike too early, but not too bothered about min-maxing this to the nth degree. Ah, we have the Soviets down here defending Malaga. That's good. Xinjiang took one state. Kamal Khanate capitulated. Republican Spain's taking way more damage than Nationalist at the moment, which is not ideal. Hopefully when I start adding artillery to my divisions, we'll start doing a bit more damage. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and upgrade our artillery just so they get bigger booms. We have 25 of them already. So now, if I were to remove you, add you, and add the infantry gun, we would be just 3 short. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And the infantry gun should flow to you lot first anyway. Concentrated Industry 1 is done. So now it is definitely time for construction and improved machine tools. The irony of the whole Spanish Civil War affair was the Brits who helped Franco get from Africa to mainland Spain in history. No, it wasn't. It was the Germans. It was one of the first uses of the... it was part of the reason the Germans got involved, I'm pretty sure. That's why they were German aircraft. Oh, Franco himself? Maybe. I was thinking of the Africa divisions. Yeah, we might be talking about different things. I'm going to go for reinforced stocks for that extra upgrade. Yeah, talking about Franco himself. Yeah, fair enough. It looks like we may actually get you, which means that you are going to be encircled. So far, it's just all-out murder. In terms of guns, we're doing just fine, so I think now what I might do is start adding support equipment to these divisions as well. Though that's going to be quite considerably more expensive. But anyway, we have got a Volunteer Defence Corps, so we now have no penalties fighting overseas. How are we doing for time? About halfway. 37% support. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to grab guaranteed employment for the extra military factories. Socialism is too often dismissed with accusations of laziness or dependency directed at those in need. This must end. All we seek is a fair chance at work and a fair wage from which to support our families. Oh wow. Okay, I brought the Germans in, I saw what was happening. Khotan Ma has capitulated. I am gonna say I do want to get Brundell White with the organisation buff. And also so we can start ticking up some more army experience and get doctrines going. Because I would quite like... Actually, the first thing I should do is bring in Bold Attack. Hopefully before you've leveled up. Yeah, I think it is. You start level 3. I think you do. Fairly sure you start level 3. I don't think he's leveled up yet. But meanwhile, resistance in this area has risen quite dramatically. Are there any other areas where we're at risk of breakthrough? Kind of around Madrid, maybe? So I'm going to stop our attacks here and start bolstering this area. Yeah, take the train, it's fine. We have 43 artillery, so I think we can now bring in the 2nd infantry gun unit. And we might even be able to do support artillery. So I think I'll probably do a fairly similar template to what I had yesterday. It works pretty well. Defense Council of Aragon declared war on nationalist Spain. So these guys are now involved. Right where I was just fighting, so I think I left just on time. We're still getting absolutely plenty of guns. So is there anything else we might need in the short term? Trucks, maybe? No, I think we've got to buy those. Maybe we just double down on the artillery for a short time. Oh, guaranteed employment means I can do this. Right. Now I think it is time for the Workers' Defence Corps. The Workers' Defence Corps was originally formed to defend picket lines and strikes. With increasing aggression from groups like the New Guard, it's been regrouped to once again act as a shield for those protesting for better rights and opportunities. This is only a 35-day one, so again, I think I'm going to wait until your 9 days done, and then start strikes again. And there's interwar artillery, very nice. Too far ahead of time. I think what I'd rather do is get concentrated industry for that extra output. We're attacking into both the Australians and the Soviets. Good luck with that. Spanish gold reserves. It's been some time since the Imperial Spanish gold reserves arrived in our country, and we've continued to send ample aid to nationalist Spain. Without payment, members of the government are beginning to comment on the farcical state of these affairs. So we can seize the gold reserves. Or the Spanish victory would be payment enough. Honestly, Spanish victory would be payment enough. We're doing this for the greater good of the workers. That gold can be spread out amongst the working people. Let's start the next tech level.
Good to go.
There's a veteran already. Okay, Workers' Defence Council Sparks and New is done. We are still rising in communist support, though it is getting more difficult. In the meantime, we can grab one of these. Do I want a research slot? No, I think I'm going to do off the leash so I can get all for one as soon as possible. Because once we are communist, we can do any of these at any time. Dock workers are the backbone for the union action in Australia. As a continent-sized island, it is no surprise that maritime labour plays such a vital role in the economy. It's time to take off the collars and unleash the sea dogs of industry. Hindenburg disaster is done. Done, as it's bad. US Congress passes Neutrality Act. Should probably be attacking back into these guys, do some damage in return. Oh, yeah, wow! How much artillery do we have? 74. How much is a full line unit you need? 168. Okay. I think the other thing I want to do is buy trains, trucks, more trains, just so I basically never have to build them, and those trucks as well. Before we flip communist and they refuse to sell to me. We're indulging in capitalism while it benefits us. Let's get radio. We're going to push north. Nope, they're going to counterattack. Fine by me. Because now with the sheer amount of artillery that we have in these units, we're doing some serious damage back. And yeah, we definitely did not level up if we're only 14% experience now. Good. Amelia Earhart circumnavigates the globe. There is the China-Japan War. MIO, I would like to have more artillery, please. Meanwhile, we can get another... Well, we could actually go up in manpower law, but at the moment I don't think we need to. Don't think I'm going to go as heavy in the Air Force this time around. Maybe fighters. Let's get... Edward Milford. We're going for more artillery this time around. Marco Polo Bridge. Finish is done. Where are we at? 47%. It's getting a bit closer. So we could do this. This would immediately put us over the edge. And allow us to do pig iron protests. Although communist support is still rising, 0.05, particularly while the communist ideals is active. It's going to be active for quite a while. So I think maybe we'll get Anzac Spirit, or we do permanent military forces, 2nd Australian Imperial Force. And then we just do a bunch of volunteers. Let's do that. Australia's primary military force is the militia, tasked with defending the mainland. However, in this time of rising global tensions, it is prudent to establish a cadre of professional officers and soldiers, many of whom gained experience during the Great War. Even if initially serving in a reserve capacity, this force would provide permanence and a standardized level of training. Support regiments is a pretty nice addition, makes going for lighter AT a more worthwhile investment outside of AT armoured car meta. Yeah, I like the extra versatility it can give you. Why are we not attacking, like... There we go. Because yeah, we melt their divisions. .163 artillery, you know what, I think that's probably good enough. Yeah. Easy. Permanent military forces is done, so now we can do the 2nd Australian Imperial Force. This will give us 2 more expeditionary generals. Australia deployed the 1st Australian Imperial Force during the Great War, sending troops abroad to fight. With war once again threatening to engulf the world, we should raise a 2nd Imperial Force to demonstrate Australian strength overseas. Doctrine, that's the 50. I'll do this manually if I must. You can support just to do extra damage. Stand back as well, beautiful. Japan has capitulated. You attack them just to stop them while you get into position. So I quite like that they're attacking me here. We're in a pretty good defensive spot. We've got all of those going. Artillery, that is less than a year ahead of time, so let's go ahead for the tier 2s. As we are being quite artillery heavy in our formations. Meanwhile, we can grab the infantry specialist, Arthur Allen. Did I actually get any of the high command in the previous game? I have a feeling I forgot. I think I did. You are really close to getting infantry leader. Which actually, considering you have the infantry experience buff, doesn't surprise me. The Yellow River has been blown. and that. This at all. Meanwhile, you've leveled up. You can get infantry experts, which I very much encourage you to do. And then actually what you can do is get infantry specialists, then we'll probably switch you out to become the infantry specialist that we employ in the government. Research slot. I think I would like improved infantry equipment, as we are using you quite aggressively. How are we doing elsewhere? Fine. Ooh, encirclement. Nice. So, next up, I think what we want to do is push across to Salamanca. Take this if we can. There is no unprepared offensive in that zone. In fact, easier to just click there. Now we just need to hold this. Which we immediately lose. Fantastic! Alright, how are we doing? Pig iron protests. Our warfers do not agree with their government in many cases, and especially not in the case of selling pig iron to warring countries. Australians have no interest in participating in aggression or transporting equipment used against innocent civilians. And so, Australia shall not either. Call a strike! When in doubt, strike! Portugal capitalising on the chaos of the Spanish Civil War is always quite fun, if not tricky at times. Yeah, true. There are a lot of civil wars I don't particularly like, but the Spanish Civil War is the exception. I think that this is really well done. So just have you attack them. Have you attack them. There we go, we've cut them in half. So now if we can just destroy this pocket, that would be lovely. But I will stay here and help you guard this area in the short term until the Republican troops can flow in. This also allows us to get some planning prep. Let's attack here. I'm not actually going to move that there. I just want to push them back. Alright, let's push southwards. The Republicans should be able to defend this for themselves now. Especially as we're going to be quite aggressive in pushing southwards. Meanwhile, Special Forces... sorry, not... Doctrine. We're going to again switch to superior firepower. I think it just suits us a lot better. Because we can bring a lot of artillery to these fights. And I intend to. Pig iron protests are done. The Doldrum dispute. What began as a dispute over the loading of pig iron has ignited into something far greater. Workers across Australia are walking off the job in solidarity, defying both government and industry. As strikes spread and tensions rise, the crisis spirals and demands the resignation of those in power. And so, having failed entirely to control the situation, the government does just that, leaving the position of the ruling party open to the Communist Party of Australia to claim. Boom. We are now communist. Jack Miles is in charge. And with that, we can now do any of these at any time. There is no downside from picket to frontline, so we can just get this for the extra war support, which will actually allow us to immediately go to partial mobilization. Oh, that's going to be really nice. As the intimidation tactics of those opposing working class liberation grow more aggressive, our own defences must evolve in response. With each incident, workers become more determined, and increasing numbers are stepping forward to join the Defence Corps. This will also give us another recruitment. Conscription law. Point. Thing. What are the losses looking like now? 159. So the Republicans have still lost more. But that should start switching as we compress the southern front more and more. The 1938 sesquicentenary Earlier today, the commemoration of the 1938 sesquicentenary unfolded. The pageant Australia's March to Nationhood traversed through Sydney's main streets. A protest was held at Australia Hall. Aboriginal rights activists and groups gathered to call attention to the fact that the 150th anniversary not only marks the beginning of British colonisation, but also the constitutional discrimination of Aboriginal peoples. The activists demanded new laws for the education and care of Aboriginal people, as well as a new policy to allow for the elevation of Indigenous people to full citizen status. Outside of the manpower blobs, it feels like superior firepower is always the best doctrine path. Previously I would have disagreed, because I do actually really rate Grand Battle Plan. That extra max planning is fantastic. But yeah, now that we have regimental support, superior firepower does feel a bit better. Grand Battle Plan should maybe boost headquarter companies. I think that would be an interesting one. Mobile Warfare is still good for its niche, and Mass Assault is still good for its niche. It's mostly Grand Battle Plan that's suffered. Because it was always kind of a choice, but Grand Battle Plan or Superior Firepower in that instance. And for years I would always take Grand Battle Plan, because I do love planning prep. 78%. Actually fairly close to getting an organizer. And we just have so much firepower compared to the Spanish. I mean, their strength is not helping. Improved infantry equipment is done. Let's go ahead and get advanced barrel forging. New technology. Let's go with the Lewis Mark IIIs. Just close that pocket. There we go. Picket line to front line is done. We have a bunch of political power that I should probably go ahead and spend. And in fact, we have 27 war support. War economy require 50, which I think we're still a long ways away from, but partial mobilization already is fantastic. Right, do I really need Defence and Military Forces Act? I don't think so. I think what I'm going to do is part with Colonizer, so that we leave the Commonwealth. We don't need them anymore. The root of our struggle lies in the British Empire and the capitalist system it has imposed from afar. No longer! With Britain distracted by crises closer to home, now is the time to seize our destiny and chart our own course as a free and independent nation. Space Marine Division template nerf really did shake people from superior firepower, but damn, I just think it's much more user-friendly than others. Yeah, I mean, it is another level of advancement to understand how max planning works versus just, I put artillery in the division. Less than a year ahead of time, let's go for 39 industry. And also, we can actually start building factories right now. So wherever we have 100% already done, we're just going to fill out with civs. Let's build a maximum of 5 per. Leave space for the mills. But I would very much like to take Sevilla, if we can. Yeah, not be able to. You can now get infantry specialist. You would need engineer for the artillery, fortress buster. We already have someone who's quite good at artillery. I think I like the idea of you just being really freaking good with infantry. So what I might do is switch you out immediately for Arthur Allen. We're both specialists anyway. So we click on you to cancel you. And then we grab Ivan McKay. Yeah. So he's going to level up. Every 2 levels he gains another trait level. I want this. How weak these divisions are, flipping hell. There we are. part of the colonizer is done. We bypassed Ratify Westminster, because who needs that treaty? We don't. Oh, yeah, the other thing I should do is flip you guys to martial law, flip you two specifically to civilian oversight. There's no real reason not to. And that's interesting. The local autonomy, I guess, is a democratic garrison law. Because here we get liberated workers and I think forced labour and harsh quotas also. Civilian oversight for you guys is going to be just fine. We need to get that compliance up so we can eventually call you. Anyway, we can make common cause, which will establish our faction, but I don't think we necessarily need to do that right now. I think instead I want to start focusing on our industry. So let's do all for one and one for all, and go with the nationalism stuff as quickly as we can. Nationalisation, rather. All for one and more for me has long been the rallying cry of the bourgeoisie. Their greed demanding ever more while giving back less and less. The promise that wealth will flow downwards is a lie. It must be shared equally, by all and for all. That was actually quite good. Localization. I wrote that. Oh, speaking of localization to be really proud of. You may remember the song that was playing at the start of the stream. I played it twice. Down Under by Men at Work. This is basically that to that tune. Beneath the waves they glide, no roll of thunder. If they find you, your ships they'll plunder. Have you heard? Have you heard of the subs from down under? You better run, or your fleet you'll squander. Yeah! I can't sing, so I'm not even going to try to. But yeah, next time you listen to Down Under, have this in your mind as well. Because that's what it was written to. It's basically the Hoy version of Down Under. And unfortunately, I'm not going to play it because that would definitely get me copyright struck now that I have YouTube running. Oh, YouTube! Sorry! I again forgot to open chat. I hate the fact that you have to do this. Ah, not paused. Yeah. On every individual stream. There isn't just a chat window. And this is why I always forget. Yeah. Yeah. There isn't just a chat. Totally failed to block myself out there. Okay, sorry about that. Alright. We have chat open. Cool. Right. Oh, get one of those. That's the cheap one. We still haven't taken Sevilla. Sevilla's being very determined. We have Portuguese volunteers here, but none of the others. Oh, now I think we've got them. Oh, oh yeah. We're in. Okay, good. Now we just need to hold it, which I think we can. Zardamil Bulgaria approaches the German Reich. I would very much like to melt this if I can. At least have you attack it to do damage. And we'll reduce this and we'll say pick up to here. Pop, pop, pop. Did we just get Franco there? I have a feeling we just got Franco. He was the HQ in command of the nationalist forces. Now, because he's a country leader, I don't think we can actually capture him. He would be wounded instead. But yeah, I think we got him. Oh, they did! Ah! Ha ha ha! You had one job, Republicans! One job! Alright, let's get advanced machine tools. How are we doing for equipment? We have tons of artillery and tons of support equipment. Excellent. So in terms of support, I would very much like to get cavalry, recon, and engineers, which I can absolutely afford. I'd really like to get some more artillery, which I can absolutely afford. I think I might even go for a third artillery. which I can still absolutely afford. This brings me up to a 31 combat width, but that's fine. And you know what? Let's go for heavy weapons here to give ourselves some more defense. All for one and one for all is done. So now what we need to do is... where is it? Oh no, that ended... that got rid of Great Depression. No, sorry, this one gets rid of Great Depression. And then this one will allow the nationalisation, and then we do all of these. Yeah, let's go. The gears of industry are oiled with the blood of the workers. We must put an end to the brutality of accumulation and abolish private property entirely. Everything will be shared, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. What are the Spanish losses in the war looking like? Good question. Oh yeah, we've overtaken them. And we may have more factories on our side now too. So I don't like how they're threatening Madrid. Got a troop in there. Let's clean your current orders up. It is basically just to move up here. Carry on. New president in Uruguay. And we are producing old artillery. Let's make some new ones then. And that was the extra Lewis guns. Owen gun, I think, is now within reach, so let's go ahead and start those in production, or in research rather. Just the amount of strength damage we're doing is terrifying. So look at the melting. And our divisions now are extremely offensive. The problem is their organisation kind of sucks for infantry. But that's something I can fix, because I know we get larrikinism. We're also almost out of manpower. But I think that's because we just added 2 new line units to our armies. We still struggle a little bit against the volunteers. A little. Against the Spanish forces, though, we absolutely annihilate them. I feel like the days of the infantry blocks might well be over with the new assault guns. Okay, so begin nationalisation. Doesn't cost anything, because this is only a bad effect. However, this adds nationalisation underway. It also means that our industry is going to be 30% less efficient. But while it is active, we can do any of these until we hit the Publics Australia, at which point we can no longer do nationalisation underway. And then everything else in this little mini branch is locked. You like the flag for Communist Australia? It's a controversial one. Either people really like it or really hate it. I'm in the camp of I really like it. This is actually one of the ones from Together for Victory. We did not change this. But there was debate within the team whether we should. Okay, so these are really strong national, really strong focuses. So centralised production would give us building slots and sieves and mills. Production efficiency retention 20%. Public institutions gives us research, gives us building slots, a bunch of them. State research funding is a 6th research slot. Australia, Communist Australia is one of the few that can do that. Graziers to industry, production efficiency cap and base. Dockyards, dockyard output, extra trade per factory. Resource gain, excavation tech. Oh no, these upgrade Broken Hill and Mount Isa. And actually what I Totally forgot to do that. I was going to switch Broken Hill out for something else, just a very capitalistic very capitalistic company, but I wasn't sure which one to replace it with. So it basically upgrades Broken Hill. I think doing Mount Isa Mines is fine. Maybe the railways, maybe the steelworks. I think I meant it to do steelworks actually. That feels communist. Although wireless steelworks are actually owned by Broken Hill. Free healthcare gives you monthly population plus 30% recruitable population. Free school policy gives you even more research speed, special project research speed and facility construction. And then finally, Publics Australia gives you output and removes nationalisation. So centralised production I think is the first one we want. These are all 70-day focuses. This is on purpose. I did have feedback from the QA saying this feels too long. It's meant to. This is meant to be a punishing branch. Because one of the things I often say during development of focus trees is time is a resource as well. It's not just political power, it's not just manpower. Time is a resource. And you are spending time doing these. Market forces are chaotic and unequal. If we are to build a truly fair society, the state must take the central role in determining what is produced, by whom and where. Our bureaucracy maintains meticulous records and is best positioned to set production quotas. So we are going to be quite weak for a little while. We are also out of manpower. That is something we can fix. Let's go to limited conscription. Army logistics would be an attrition reduction. Get that in 6 political power, so I think we'll do that. Madrid is under attack. Man, the fortune of war has really shifted, I feel. Yeah, they once again have more factories than we do, I think. But they are still taking more casualties. Ooh, cut off. Nice. Now we just need to close... Close this pocket.
Boy, listen up.
You guys are out of planning prep, so let's just give you a minute to recover and recuperate. And I'm going to say that your objective is to get to here. So the unit's on the way. Hopefully you're going to go and defend Madrid. Yeah, you are. Good. You have actually pushed out from Madrid. Marvellous. I feel slightly less bad about that situation then. Still getting some planning prep. I'll let you rest up a little bit. Also, you have a medal. With that medal, I think what we'll probably do is organisation, maybe supply consumption. Let's go with the supply consumption, actually. Speaking of supply, the other thing we need to start researching is field hospitals. Did we get the trucks? 60. I need more. Can I still buy trucks? No. Can buy trains? How many trains do we have? 11. Let's get some more. Alright. Begin the offensive and also army logistics for less attrition. Let's go! These nationalist units are getting stronger. They must be getting lend-leased. But they're not strong enough for mighty, mighty Australia. Centralised production is done. So now we can do... I think I might do graziers to industry. During the Great Depression, our cities emptied as workers sought stability in the countryside. Now, with control of the means of production, we can draw them back into industry. We must impress upon them the nation's need, that the furnaces of industry must be fed by the sweat of man. Could buy tanks. Tanks to support regiment could be something fun. Unfortunately, you need to have... Is it motorized? Just testing something. No. The only tank support you can have is in tank regiments. which I don't have. We're talking about adding like heavy tanks as a regimental support, because they were actually used quite heavily by different armies. Like, that's what an infantry tank is. I think I need to actually start producing trucks. Yeah, it's actually... I was actually going to try and go for mechanized forces this time around, so yes, we should try and get brain carriers. They're a 1940 tech though, but we should be able to afford that pretty soon. I just want to secure Valencia. Madrid is already secure thanks to the Soviets. I just realised I've been fighting this entire Spanish Civil War on speed 5. Go me! Oh! Oh! Hello, Italian volunteers! Wouldn't it be a shame if something were to happen to you? Yes. The answer there is yes. And German ones. I think they escaped. Yeah, they did. Bugger! We're out of planning prep again! What's your experience? Halfway to level 4 already, that's pretty good. Type of... You're an expert, so you're effectively a level 6. Concentrated industry sounds good to me. I know I did say I want Bren carriers, but we're still only on 3 tech slots because I have been slacking and getting more. I dislike how you're pushing southwards. Madrid is very well protected now. Meanwhile, we have 100 army experience. So one of the things I was thinking of doing, I'm not actually sure I've ever taken fire concentration before, but this might be the time to do it. For that combat width reduction. Maybe we'll squeeze in a 4th artillery. If we go fire concentration plus mission type tactics so the organization can counteract the artillery. Although rapid domination is even more soft attack for artillery. Oh man, the amount of damage we would do would be eye-watering. The alternative is flying batteries, because if we do decide to go mechanized, then we're going to be using motorized artillery. And this still has the 10% line attack. Line artillery attack. Soft attack. This massively increases self-propelled artillery, but I don't think we're really intending to go SPG. I think we would be motorized artillery. Rapid domination is, yeah, soft attack for motorized, infantry, motorized, and mech. Well, actually, so is mission type tactics. It's basically 25 organization for infantry, motorized, mech. Did we just go rapid domination and concentrated artillery? Mission type tactics and artillery is one of my go-tos. I'm going to try something different. We're going to do artillery concentration, fire concentration. This gives line artillery organization, so we don't need the offset so much. So org of these units should immediately jump up to 43. That's nice. I don't really want to go below 40 on infantry. 50 ideally. Meanwhile, we've got graziers to industry, so maritime, planned extraction, public institutions, or the research funding. I think now might be the research funding time. To maximize the effectiveness of our research institutions, the state must serve as the primary source of funding, directing effort where they are needed most, ensuring that information remains tightly controlled. After all, we cannot risk our citizens being troubled by the wrong ideas. I had fun writing that one. Some localization is really difficult to write. Like fascist stuff, you always feel so dirty after it. And like you legitimately sometimes just need to take a break and be just like, I need to take my mind off of the absolute garbage that I've just been writing. At least with communist stuff, you can have a bit of fun with it. I do think that in some instances the Hard to Find team has quite a dark humour, in much the same way as like medical professionals. Because some of the stuff we have to research and wade through. World War II was not a pleasant time in history, it turns out.
All set.
So I'm just going to go and try and close this up, because I'm noticing that there are a lot of volunteers down here. And shutting that down would be quite nice. Doing this without planning prep. There we go, there's the car. Let's assign you to this, then basically just let them attack us and try and wear themselves out. And while they are doing that, we'll get some planning prep. Lovely. Brent Carrier. Yep, less than a year, let's go. And mass rifle production, let's go. And Owen guns, let's go! What else can I get? Do Port Canada. I don't really need it. Could also start getting Navy and Air Chief of Thingamablobby. Let's go for the Naval Engineer. He's unique to Australia, gives fitting speed and repair speed. Okay, why are you attacking northwards? That's not where I told you to go. This is such a big win. Such a huge win. Pop, pop, pop! Pop, 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 pop! That's probably just won us the war right there. Because we just killed like all of their volunteers. Now let's just, oops, divide and conquer. So we go to here. And I will let you get some planning prep before I launch this. State research funding is done, so we have another research slot. So let's go ahead and get the public institutions for that extra research speed. Society requires many essential services to function, from healthcare and housing to childcare and transport. The state must provide these universally, ensuring access to all without restriction. Freed from the imperative to generate private profit, these systems can operate efficiently to serve the needs of the whole population. Alright, then with this, do the improved computing machine for even more research speed. Later Czechoslovakia, German troops have crossed into Bohemia and Moravia Did you make it to level 4? You did. Oh man, you're even almost level 5. Hell yeah!
All set. Ready, boss.
Alright, let's push north. Make it happen. What are the losses like at this point? I think we've had an impact. Volunteer Australia is kind of scary. During one of the test games that we did a multiplayer test. And this is when I realised that Communist Australia supports the wrong side in the Spanish Civil War. So even though I was Communist Australia, I was having this game of cat and mouse against Batya, who was playing as the Soviet Union volunteers. And basically the entire canon lore was the Australians were just in Spain to go to the pub, and they got involved in a bar fight against the Soviets, and then that just escalated into the Spanish Civil War. It was just this massive bar brawl. Felt properly Australian, that did. And then afterwards, we joined Comintern. It's like, yeah, no worries, mate. We had a blast. Should do it again. How about next Saturday? Level 5 McKay. Now I just need to not get him captured in Norway again. Zog splits to Italy. Carpatho, Ukraine has capitulated. That sounds plausible, actually. I know, right? Go. Another volunteer. Pop, pop. And there we go. Nationalist Spain is out. Now we just need to deal with anarchist. What do my templates look like at the moment? They are 31 combat with still. Oh, right, because we don't have the mastery unlocked. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Italy pursues closer bonds with Germany. We've got the public institutions, so let's go ahead and do the free school policy for even more research speed. To shape the model citizen, we must shape their ideas. From cradle to university, the state will guide what our children are taught. In this way, we can ensure future generations understand the importance of the socialist ideal and the dangers of the free markets and free thought. I had a lot of fun writing those.
Listen up.
Let's just go squish these guys. They might be fighting in the mountains, but that just means we get some experience fighting in the mountains. 90% towards hill fighting. Not too shabby. And there it is. Republican victory in the Civil War, thanks in large part to Australia. Now, I did invest quite heavily in their army branch. But while we're doing all of this, that's totally fine. G'day Mordred, g'day Mordlings. Hope everyone's doing well. Hey McHappy Face.
All set.
Yeah, we should probably drill. And we should probably train another division or 3. Right, support companies. Before I forget, I'd actually go Holden, so we can go down the mechanized a bit more aggressively. And we do have the ability to change. In fact, I don't need these guys anymore. So Dixon we can change out. Get even more research speed, but at this point I think we probably have a bit too much. Military expansionist would seem like a good option. Let's bring Geoffrey in. Are we out of the Commonwealth, where we like Granada was for a time, any communist state with a queen as the head of state? No, we're outside of the wealth. We're not in a faction. And we have not yet established the Commonwealth. That's what we do with this. You know what? I should have called this Make a Common Cause. Just to make that even clearer. That Commonwealth is not a spelling error. Maybe I'll change that. And there we are.
What's the go?
They have returned.
Good to go. Ready, boss?
And they became seasoned in the process. Not veteran, not anymore. Now I think it's time for you to deploy as well, old boy.
Yeah.
We get some training. And actually, what we can also do is upgrade you. You know what, let's wait until we have all the units that we're going to want. We've got 5 logistics. Nice. We're going to be really efficient in like low supply areas. Especially when I get war carriers and logistics. Music's... How is music loud? There. Oh, tents. Sorry, I misread. Yes. Good-o! Ride of the Valkyries can never be loud enough. This is also true. Alright, 100 political power. Now I think it's time for us to get either Kemler, region-wide integration, or propaganda. Let's go for the Warsaw. As long as that doesn't fall. Anyway, August 39, war's going to start soon. What is my favourite Australian focus path? Probably the UAP, Democratic. There's still a few little issues remaining with the Communist one, otherwise that would be... Once we get those ironed out, I think the Communist path would be really good. We just have this really annoying error at the moment, which basically... okay, now the music is too loud. If you do the infiltration focuses, which you get from these two, and start a civil war in, for example, British Malaya, and then Malaya gets attacked by Japan, because there is now a third party in the civil war, it can really bug out. I can't fix that on the code side. That requires programming and the programmers, and they've been really busy making sure that everything's stable for the release, so we just haven't been able to fix that one yet. It's really high priority, it's in the list of things that we need to do, and we are very aware of that issue being an issue, but it does kind of break the Communist branch a little bit, unfortunately, which is why I'm focusing more on just joining Comintern, rather than doing this bit necessarily. Red Australia, does it incorporate the Melbourne Labour riots? I mean, it incorporates a lot of different riots and strikes. The big one is the Dalfram dispute. That's the spark that flips you communist, ultimately. Free school policy. So we could, if we wanted to, now do the Publics Australia, but that would close this branch off. I want to actually complete all of it. So let's go get the free healthcare policy. Our people deserve to be free from disease and injury. And should the worst happen, they should not be beggared by misfortune as happens in other societies. We'll provide universal access to healthcare, hospitals and doctors for a healthy people are a productive people. And we are still gaining army experience. Poland refuses the German ultimatum. So our big enemy in this playthrough is probably going to be Japan. Depending on what civil wars we kick off. Or I'll just do it through conquest. Yeah, I'll probably just do that through conquest. We'll definitely do these to get a bigger navy. So I think we complete these, we go down this branch to get the navy going. We start researching navy stuff. In fact, I need to start researching navy stuff. Germany declared war on Poland. Poland joined the Allies. And so it begins. And this time, Allies, you don't have a mighty Norway guarding you in the mountains and fjords of Norway, and the mountains and valleys of Greece, and the desertiness of Libya. Japan never had issues with communist nations. I'm joking, they were rabidly anti-communist. Yeah. The fall of Warsaw. German forces advancing in Poland have succeeded in capturing Warsaw. Oh, you know what we should do? Finland. We can send volunteers to Finland. Except I think I need this one to do that. No, can I send volunteers just me? Yes, I can. I can't see what could possibly go wrong with me sending volunteers to Finland. Let's war economy it. And our civilian factories are actually humming along. Once that's done, I think actually we're going to start doing dockyards. We'll basically become the Soviet Navy. Let's do 3 of those, then we'll do the rest as mills. Poland has capitulated. Meanwhile, we have a doctrine available, so we were looking at rapid domination. Soft attack for infantry, motorized, mechanized. Soft attack for line infantry, line artillery rather. Signal companies increases artillery. Oh no, increases soft attack of all line battalions. Recon adds more recon. Support artillery adds a tiny bit more soft attack. Infantry guns have more soft attack and breakthrough. All support companies do more soft attack and organization. The entire army does more soft attack. And then to cap it all off, there is another 10% soft attack for infantry, motorized, mechanized. Let's do rapid domination. We already have 284 soft attack. Admittedly, our organization's quite low, but... oh boy. If you have line artillery, that would be massive. I have line artillery. This is part of the reason why the Spanish Civil War was kind of a walkover. Because I brought a lot of very big guns to a fight where it's mostly just infantry versus infantry. USSR occupies eastern Poland. Okay. The downside to this is it's going to be extremely supply hungry. I am very well aware of this. Supply use 1.59. However, first of all, McKay is a level 5 organization, logistics guy already. Plus, we have war carriers, which increases our logistics supply consumption reduction. So this is going to be a pretty critical part of our development. I think organization is going to be the problem. We're going to struggle a little bit on the defense. If we don't erode their organization faster than ours goes down, then we're in trouble. So signal companies were going to be good because they add more soft attack. So I think we just go ahead and research a bunch of those. It's a good thing we can have more research slots. But once the healthcare policy is done, planned extraction, maritime commission, Publics Australia, Workers Educational Association. It's 4, workers is 5. Oh, maybe it is only 5. Could have sworn you could get 6. Oh, I think it's because we removed it from here. This was initially a research slot. Yeah, we have tax sharing. Okay, so I was mistaken. You can only get 5. Communist Australia, which I think is the same as everyone else. I mean, the other branches. Free healthcare policy. Let's get the planned extraction going. We are fortunate to possess a land so rich in resources. We must ensure its wealth is systematically extracted and directed to the industries that need it the most. Furthermore, Holden has just been upgraded. We're going to add some more armor to our mechanized units. And we have a cheap fleeting being thing. If we're going to be going toe-to-toe with the Japanese, then maybe eventually the not Soviets, we are the Soviets. Allies. Do I go submarines or do I go cruisers?
Orders, boss.
I don't know. Need to think about that one. Is there an option to liberate New Zealand from the capitalist infection? I don't think... Yes, there is. If you do the Australian Commonwealth, that allows you to do communist infiltrations of New Zealand, Malaysia, Burma. Once you've done those 3, India. And that basically flips them communist and makes them your puppet. So next up, we want to upgrade the logistics company again. Now that we have those, we want to add them to our units. And then also the field hospitals. We don't have the political power for that just yet. So field hospitals will need to wait a little bit. But now at least we have the logistics companies, which will reduce the supply usage. It's gone from 1.68 to 1.43. And now we can do the field hospitals. Let's add those. Then I guess the last one is going to be signals. And this is going to trickle back so we don't lose quite so much manpower. Finland rejects the Soviet demands. End of the League of Nations. So, Soviet Union, would you like volunteers? You would love to have some volunteers. I can send 3. Oh, I got some volunteers who are really looking forward to getting into a jolly good scrap. Except McKay is a headquarters again. Damn it!
Ready, boss.
There's the Bren carrier. And Holden is upgraded again, so let's get the bulletproof panels for that extra hardness. Construction. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick look to see my surpluses, of which we have many. And we're going to just reduce all of those by 1 pip. And we're going to make a bunch of Bren carriers. And we're going to mechanize our whole army. Doesn't look like the Finns are doing very well. Oh no, they're pushing back. Stand corrected. We have arrived.
All set.
So let's bring in Blamey again. And I think what we'll do is fight down here where there is actually supply. Oops. No, seriously, no field marshal. You! We're just going to try to get to Helsinki. Oh, we started in Leningrad. Nice. So we should start acclimatizing to the cold. We're currently 90% in hot. We have arrived. We arrived in the Soviet Union wearing shorts. In January. We just switched to trousers. continue the attack. Sounds typical for the Aussies, to be fair. There's planned extraction. Alright, Maritime Commission. While most laymen only focus on the warships, the true experts know that it's the humble cargo vessel that wins wars. To increase the amount of shipping available in times of war, we will form special board to coordinate construction. I was really hoping that we'd be able to show off the cold weather uniforms that Australia has. But unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to. There it is, Helsinki's fallen. Where the hell is the Finnish army? There's nobody down here. There's the signal company. Let's go double down on the field hospital. And this is Lysact. Resource need reduction. There we go. Find a white piece. Finland got lucky there. I'm actually a little bit surprised they didn't just straight up capitulate. Where the hell is the Finnish army? Cried out the Soviets, only to find out. Except this time we didn't. Here we are. Our troops have returned home. German interest in Scandinavia. Iceland declares neutrality. I mean, the other country that we might be able to send volunteers to is China. Now, I know that there was an issue with sending volunteers somewhere that does not have a port. Did we fix it? I'm going to save the game, and then we'll find out. Because if you send volunteers somewhere that doesn't have a port, previously, you used to just not get supply. And I know we talked about it. Improved computing machine. I think we are going to go assembly line production. Let's go. No trains? Nah. We bought a whole bunch of trains at the start of the game. Right. Oh, we got a medal. Because we took Helsinki. Sweet. Let's also reduce your supply consumption. Yes. And let's bring Blaney back into the game. We'll deploy you on the Great Wall of China. Because, you know, that's where Australians are supposed to be. Mongol United Autonomous. We are kind of slapping them pretty hard as well. Oh no. Japanese are actually able to resist us. Because they have better defense. And there we go. We've done this whole section, so let's do the Publics Australia. We have cast aside the old order and built a nation that exists for the many and not the few. Industry, labour and resources all serve the people as a whole. This is the Publics Australia, equal, united, and unbreakable. So we gain extra dockyard output and factory output. We lose the nationalisation underway. Taking this focus will lock all above focuses. Sheila, writing to you from the Great Wall of frickin' China. Alright. Haven't found the bar yet. Oh, that was a funny one. That same game where I sent volunteers to nationalist Spain, even though I was communist, and Soviets, I was fighting against Soviets, and then joined Comintern. This was earlier in development, so there was a bug basically that if you then took Common Cause, you would leave whatever faction you were in and create Commonwealth. Now it just bypasses. And so I started sending volunteers to the Kingdom of Afghanistan that was currently in their civil war against the communist Afghanistan. And again, it was the Soviets on the communist side, me on the Kingdom side. And halfway through, it's like, hang on, this is a dry country. There's not even any bars here. Why are we fighting this war? And then I disbanded the faction, joined Comintern, and then we found out that if you've already deployed volunteers and you're not in a war, you can actually fight against faction members with volunteers. There's nothing stopping that. So I withdrew that on. Or rather, I think Barbarossa started around then. Fighting against... Okay, so Japanese cavalry we can defeat. Japanese infantry are rather more resistant. Yeah, they have a massive amount of defense. And this is where our low organization is going to play against us. 77 organization, 66 organization versus my 41. We have really low org. And this is the downside for our current unit type. We will, however, do an absolutely beastly amount of damage to any infantry units that attack us. Tanks will just roll straight over. German pressure towards Benelux. We've got another tech. That was logistics. Let's go ahead and get concentrated industry. Did I add signals? I did not. Okay, so signals don't actually add anything yet. So that must be a doctrine thing. Support artillery. Oh, support artillery. Yeah, support artillery. That one. So this is specifically for artillery support, gains extra soft attack and line. Or is this artillery support and line, or is this artillery support and line? I don't know. Meanwhile, how are we doing on mechanized? We have 127. So I'll just go ahead and duplicate you. We're going to call this the mechanized division. And we're going to call this mechanized division. And in Faceless's honor, we'll go with the skull and wings again. And what we're going to do with these is we're just going to switch them all to mech. Except no, we're not, because I can't afford it. We will do that over time. What I can probably do is switch these to mech now. Nowhere near enough. Luxembourg and the Netherlands are in the war. Meanwhile, we are overrunning that. We're actually having more of an impact here than I kind of expected. Netherlands has capitulated. Meanwhile, we can get the production efficiency cap plus 10% for the all-Australian drive. A very nice upgrade for Holden. We're nearly at the next political power level. The Tsardom of Bulgaria has joined the Axis. So we could go up in conscription law again to extensive. We'll also bring in the Chief of Air Force. Maybe we'll hold out for the Reformer. No, you know what we should do? We should switch out another of the communist advisors for something else. Academic proponent, just 7.5% more research. We have like 17% more research. Maybe dial that down a bit. Okay. Germany declared war on Belgium. Belgium's capitulated. Now, the question is, I'll concentrate an attack on, say, here. No, this is a spot that can be attacked both of these. Can I cross? Crossing here I can. Fall of Paris. Death of Rudolf Hess. France has capitulated. May 1940. And Norway is also looking in trouble. See, this is what happens when you don't have the Australians. Formation of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. You go fascist. Oh no, you don't join CoPro, you get Japan to join Axis. You just make one giant fascist faction. Signal Company. Don't need to upgrade you so much. Upgrading these would probably be better. But even better would be upgrading your guns.
All set. All set.
So let's get some organisation back and try again. So there it is, the Public's Australia. So we have now locked this bit in. I think I'm going to go ahead and get the Workers' Educational Association just for that extra research slot, and then we'll start working down here. The Workers' Educational Association is an international organisation dedicated to making education accessible to working people. We should establish our own chapter, for true equality of opportunity begins in the classroom. Soviet-German trade agreement.
What's the go?
Can Australia get the UK as a puppet in Thunder Other Gates? No. You can invade the UK, and maybe through conquest puppet them, but through the usual puppet mechanic that Australia has. Oh, it's looking a bit shaky here. Maybe we can push through. I think we can. By Jove, I think we can!
Yeah.
Hungary joins the Germans. Why are we not attacking? Second Vienna Award. Counter-attack is being thwarted, and man, look, their strength just disappear. And then you guys can go northwards, punch them back.
Attention.
Let's try and get to Zhangbai. Is this a... Yes, it is a supply hub. Okay, we need to take Piling Miao,
To go.
which we're not going to be able to do anytime soon because the supply situation here is atrocious. So let's spread you out a bit. Workers' research thing is done. And with that... I think what I want to do... I think I want war carriers now. Logistics win wars, and much of the terrain Australia operates in is poorly suited to conventional transport such as trucks or trains. Instead, we should rely on local manpower, well adapted to the conditions and familiar with the hidden paths and shortcuts. And then research-wise, I'm just going to continue getting the upgraded Grens and mortars.
Orders, boss.
Legionary Romania, Soviet Union. Canberra air disaster. Oh no! I've kind of forgotten about this. Earlier today, a Lockheed Hudson aircraft crashed right outside of Canberra. 3 government officials who had been summoned to a cabinet meeting were among the 10 people on board who tragically have perished. What provoked the crash is a conundrum. The weather offered ideal flying conditions and the flight was piloted by the experienced RAAF officer, Flight Lieutenant Robert Hitchcock. Regardless of the cause, it's a dire day for the entire nation, not least for the family and the friends of the victims. And Australia now looks to its leaders. How will they respond? So this does actually unlock this. I thought we disabled this. This might be a patch thing. But either way, what we're going to want to do is just high cabinet trust, because we don't gain anything for the low cabinet trust. Yeah, I think it's a patch that we disable this for the communists. You still have the crash, you still lose advisors and generals, or advisors and chief of staff. but you don't have the cabinet trust anymore because you've already overthrown the government at this point. You're not like the fascists who use it as a means to get into government. I mean, we could do the common enemy and just start a fight with Japan. But what I think I want to do... Yeah, this doesn't give us any benefit. Should I just make a common enemy? The CPA prevailed. The sitting government has successfully led Australia through the national turmoil that followed the Canberra air disaster. Like a guiding light, the CPA has proven its reliability and strength in these trying times, ultimately increasing public support across the nation. So Jack Miles has become reliable, so you do actually get that still. And we now have sufficient war support. We're not at war. To do total mobilization and... The Empire of Japan did not take our accusations lightly, deeming them a first act of aggression. Fumimaro Konoe has escalated the conflict further, stating that it is now within his nation's full right to invade our lands. This cannot remain unanswered. Japan declares war. Okay, so we're at war with Japan. Fantastic. So yeah, war support is now maxed out. So now I need to get the 250 political power. Except first of all, I am going to get a Chief of Army, and that Chief of Army is going to be Blamey. But after that, I'm going to try and get 250 political power to go total mobilization and women in the workforce, because I have the capabilities to do it.
Good to go.
So my volunteers are on their way home. We've pushed the Japanese back a little bit in China. And I think what we're probably going to need to do is guard these northern islands, because I have a feeling this may cause problems. Nauru I don't care so much about, but these ones I do. And this is the job for Moore's Head. I think this is just sheer numbers. And then when McKay comes back, we'll have our, like, hit squad. Places like Darwin, I'm not expecting them to be able to attack Darwin until places here have fallen. I mean, the real difficulty is the fact I don't have a navy yet, really. So I think we're just going to hide in Sydney. I will give you Barncoon, because I know it's good. I'm throwing a save here. Oh, amazing. Japan well and truly called my bluff there. What if they invade me? Is my navy big enough? My navy is absolutely not big enough. Because I was about to start building my navy. We will buy rubber from the Dutch East Indies. We'll buy steel. I'd really like to buy from the Soviet Union. Oh, New Zealand. There we go. That works. So that should be relatively safe. We are, however, gonna say don't send ships. Don't send ships. Don't send ships. Don't send ships. Yes, I will give you docking rights there, China, and I will accept your non-aggression pact. Fantastic. Meanwhile, we do have enough naval. We're not doing fleet and being. We're going to go trade interdiction. We're just going to be annoying. And this is basically going to require us to just start spamming subs, I think. Well played, Japan. Well played. Now, thankfully, I did actually get my dockyards built. Do I have crappy early subs. I do have torpedoes, so I can make those, but those feel more like a liability. So instead, what I'm going to do... I do actually kind of want all of those. So I think early on, we're just going to accept the fact that we are at war with Japan now. Moore's Head. No, I'm going to make you an ambusher. And that'll do for now. Maybe they're going to skip the Indies for once. Unlikely, though, but we don't know what the AI does. Perfect timing for a 2-minute ad, but who knows? Yeah, we'll find out whether they actually come for us or not. I think they'll have a very rude awakening if they do, because my armies are not bad. Remember, I have actually invested in my military. It's just my navy that I haven't. Alright, so the volunteers have returned home. I think I'm going to keep these guys as kind of a shock force. And we'll base you out of Darwin. So I have a rapid reaction force if needed.
Righto.
Why? Okay, there you go. Oh, this is all connected by straits. Interesting. It's just this bit that's not. Okay. Now the downside I have here is my low organization. But with the amount of firepower we can put into play, their organization should drop really quickly during naval invasions too. So we'll see what happens. I'm genuinely loving this. This is awesome. How's this for something a bit different? Right, Moor's Head, you need to be my traditional orange, which is my garrison colour. Just so I know what you are. And in fact, I usually have my combat troops on the left. So war carriers I think is still a good investment, and then after that we're going to have to go Navy. The bigger thing is going to be the research, but I have very, 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 very good research speed. So we should be able to transition to Navy pretty quickly. Maybe garrison unit pure infantry to hold the ports.
Yeah.
I think these are still going to be fine. And in fact, the thing I was going to do was turn you lot into mechanized. Which I can now actually afford. And this will give you some time to do some training. And we will also need to actually flip the rest of these infantry units into mech, but we can do that over time, that's fine, in a hurry. One thing we don't have is an air force. And we don't have any AA either. Maybe we need to invest in that too. Norway has capitulated. See, that wouldn't have happened if Australia was on your side. Speed 4, that's fine. So now we're saving up the 250 political power I need for total mobilization and women in the workforce. Because we're actually a very, very stable country. 96 stability and 100 war support is fantastic. Oh, we got some Japanese submarines. Yeah, we will lose some convoys, but we managed to move our troops over quickly enough. Replacing a handful of convoys I think is going to be fine. I'm actually producing a lot of them. So we're going to need destroyers, we're going to need submarines, and maybe cruisers. Yeah, it's the trade that they're intercepting. Yeah, that's a little more problematic. Buy from British Raj instead of Dutch East Indies. And we say don't go through here. So instead you sell this way. I feel like that's a lot safer. There's the infantry equipment, so now we're going to get submarine 2s. And with this we'll get torpedo 2s. And that should do for like short-term submarine production. And then these 3 we're going to set to either light cruisers or destroyers. I haven't decided yet. Depends how fast I can make them. Right, new national spirit. Navy, it's got to be. Formed after the Federation by uniting colonial fleets, the Royal Australian Navy served across nearly every theatre in the Great War. Since then, it's been reduced by limited funding, but with rising global tensions, yeah, you can say that, it is time for the fleet to return to the seas. I saw one person who played Land Down Under built 3 to 4 carriers, 2 super heavy battleships, 2 battleships and some cruisers, and a lot of destroyers and steamrolled the Japanese. a bit after getting destroyers nuked in the first battle, with America doing some of the work. Yeah, I know. That was Kurt who plays? No, he didn't use super heavy battleships. That was someone else. I saw that same video. But we're getting into this way too late to be doing super heavy battleships. Instead, we already have basic cruisers. So what we would need is the sonar and depth charges. We have a lot of dockyard capacity. We have a lot of steel capacity too. Although not as much as democratic nations would, because we can't get Pilbara. Yes, we can in fact get Pilbara. Because we have planned extraction. Oh, I just found a bug. Planned extraction doesn't actually call out that it has Pilbara. Haha! Make a note of that. Noted. So that's another 250 I need to save up for. But at least we have unlimited steel, so we can basically build unlimited navy. And we don't have free trade. So we're actually going to get that steel for ourselves. Is Australia able to gain a lot of steel? I've seen from Decision going to test them since you can expand the blast furnace from one of the eco missions. You can get literally unlimited. Like, if you have... in the communist branch, if you've done planned extraction, even though it doesn't say it, it does actually give you access to this. Or if you go the democratic branch, if you have economic exports for prosperity or whatever it's called, not Lang Plan, the other one, and within reach, then you also get access to Pilbara. And what that allows you to do is the initial decision is 250 political power, is extremely expensive, but then every subsequent one is 25. There's no limit. You can keep on doing it. Over and over again. As long as you've got the political power for it. Because it is one of the richest iron ore regions in the world, this area. Historically it was opened up a bit later. That's why it's so expensive. It's same as the Icelandic oil. Although technically that can run out. It still can't. Yes, I'm still getting army experience, which is good because I want the sub-doctrines. I am... No. Nope, nope, nope. I have a lot of things I need political power for right now. We're still losing some of those. That's fine. Oh, I still need to research torpedo 2s. The other thing I want to do... So I think I want to build a naval supply hub up here. It's level 8. I think it's recording. 5, so you need 3 more. That's the wrong spot. Meanwhile, we've actually finished building all the things that I had queued up. Yeah, and after this it is in fact that I need. So the supply hub I can't build any of yet, but once we have Rabaul I can put a supply hub there. Which will be good for range extension. There's the Royal Australian Navy. So next up we're going to do Naval Auxiliary Patrol. With our professional forces otherwise engaged, we can turn to eager local volunteers to safeguard our ports and coastal facilities. Their intimate knowledge of local waterways makes them invaluable, and no one would suspect local fishermen to be in our service. And I was going to... I'm just going to double down on the convoys for the moment. Don't need more trucks. We have way too many of those.
Hello.
There's mortar, so with this tech slot we wanted to get the torpedoes. This is also going to be the escort shipbuilder. Ah, Vince Deacon is the submarine one. Hang on, let me think about this for a second. So we need this. Let's cancel you. Let's go for excavation. Also going to cancel you and go for depth charges because these are actually more stock. I'm going to cancel you. No, you're also more stock. That's fine. Need to get smoke screens too. Yeah, that's true. It should be a Republican Australian Navy. Yugoslavia has capitulated. Looks like the Axis are having a pretty good time of it so far. Assembly line production. Excavation. Because we're going to need those resources. We're going to need them quite badly. So we'll do the auxiliary patrol, Kangaroo Point, Cockatoo. Just to get those extra dockyards. And we should be able to bring a navy online pretty darn quickly. Ah, crash. That doesn't happen very often. Just sending in the crash report. Bring. Actually, the first crash I've had in a long time. And yes, if you do ever crash in any of the Paradox games, make sure you do send in the crash reports, the automatically generated ones. Our programmers do check on those pretty much every day to then use them to diagnose issues and fix them. Add in AA. Yeah, we probably should. Oh, I see what you're saying. Talking to me on both YouTube and Twitch. AA cruisers. I thought you meant AA in my divisions, because we have no Air Force. I mean, ultimately I would like to try to build an Air Force, but then I'm going to be splitting my economy between land, sea and air. Which honestly Australia probably could do, it just won't be particularly big in any of those. For the Brown Path, are they able to core anything in Africa? Don't remember. I know they get claims on basically Africa. So I think you can take basically the whole continent. Not sure you can core it though, I don't think so. Because it's not really like they have cultural connections, which is usually our standard for coring. That's purely just imperialistic greed. Which is a claim, it's not a core. Excavation 3. Excavation 3. Double down on that. December 1940. We still have a couple of Japanese submarines causing some headaches, but nothing critical. And we are producing a lot of convoys at the moment because our entire economy is currently assigned to basically just making convoys. We are going to want to try to get Port Kemmler, but I'm going to get the Total War first. Total Mobilization, rather. There's the Navy Auxiliary Patrol, so now we're going to go ahead and grab Kangaroo Point Dry Dock, which gives us Evan Deacons. Carol abdicates. Really going after my convoys. Stop it! How are they catching a convoy up here? The hell was he doing? Getting lost? Greece has joined the Allies. Peru declared war on Ecuador. Yeah, Japanese convoys are definitely having an impact. They haven't started reducing my war support yet, but they probably will. Oh. Don't get tempted to recruit people. You need that 250 political power. I also need to be aware that my manpower is kind of low. Now we can afford this. Can I afford this? Yeah, close enough. We're up to 306 soft attack. 7.5 armor. What's hardness? Oh, hardness over there. 50% hardness, heck yeah. And movement speed is still 4, but we could change these to mobile artillery, and then it's 6.4. That's probably worth doing. Doesn't affect any of our other stats. Does mean we're using a bunch of trucks, but I think that's okay. Well, let's do it. Trotsky survives the assassination attempt. You two have not actually leveled up, or you just have the advisor role available. Italian-Bulgarian military technology exchange. Okie dokie. This is a lot of convoys that they're managing to track down and sink. There's passive sonar. So let's go ahead and get active sonar. And then with that, we can actually go for the cheap destroyers just to protect these sea lanes. And I think we may well need to do that. I think that there is too much risk from the Japanese fleet to do anything but destroyers. They need to be lightly armed and quick. Just out of curiosity, can we mess with French New Caledonia? It has some good resources, if I recall correctly. It does, and I'm not sure. Not in the communist path. Maybe in fascist? I'm not 100% sure what you get claims on. I didn't do the fascist and democratic stuff. That was Puntrula. Which is why I'm a little unsure. There were two of us working on Australia. Increase in defense, decrease in speed. Speed I don't really care that much about, but actually what we want to do is go down this central line, because this upgrades both motorized and mechanized. So my stuff was the Navy, Air, Army, Communist. Oh, here we go. They somehow landed. Did we have no troops up there? No, we didn't, because this required 9 to properly defend. So it begins. All right, deploy McKay. Except this is on core territory, so our expeditionaries don't actually get bonuses there. And we may get intercepted as we try to cross. I think we should try to hold them here. This seems like a reasonable spot.
All set. Orders, boss.
Yeah, see, that's a dangerous place. Can we please... Ah, do I want to send troops over there now? I'm not sure about this.
All set.
I think I'm also going to cancel your order because I'm absolutely terrified
Good to go.
of you moving troops around now. Because I'd very much prefer you didn't.
Yeah. Orders, boss. All set.
Oh, you won. Yes, I will absolutely deploy you and you. I wonder where you're going to deploy.
Good to go.
Buka. Oh, could you have chosen anywhere worse? At least here you can move between the islands.
Good to go.
I'm gonna make a run for it. And we immediately get caught. Thankfully, he escaped. Alright, not Buka this time. Please.
Orders, boss.
Thank you. That's better. I'll allow that. Alright, so national focus. We have Kangaroo Point now. And I think we're going to want all three of these for those bonuses. So let's start with the Scrap Iron Flotilla. Because I think we need to do something about the submarines. Their main fleet has not made it down here. And this is Evans Deacon and Company. This is the submarine one. So we want the sub upgrades. Percent more production. Oh, cheaper production. That's nice. And we did lose some manpower when his HQ company went down. Still researching the things. Right, now I'm going to switch you lot to Destroyer 2, Port Stock, Basic Submarine, Evans Deacon, Torpedo 2, Evans Deacon. There we go. It looks like they get really close to taking this and then they actually fail. So you know what? I'm going to move you here. Just have you a bit closer to that front line. You know what? Just put you there. Depth charge thrower is done. Definitely want to upgrade those. And Evans Deacon got another upgrade point. So this is speed, but increased fuel usage. Both of which are going to be a bit problematic. This one requires either. So does that. Visibility, sub-visibility. Yeah, this really is the submarine path. So we want this side. Oh no, these are not mutually exclusive. This is either mine laying and speed or fuel usage, in which case we probably want the fuel usage and range. Oh no, we definitely want range. We're in the fricking Pacific. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Let's do the smoke generators for the hit and run. So now we just need to wait for these to be done. Also have a new question about noob modifier I've seen. Looking at division attack on non-core and division defense on non-core feels like a very interesting one. Can someone explain it? How is it different from overall increase in stats? But I understand it's to prevent some bonuses related to core land, or am I wrong? Yeah, so regular attack and defense bonuses are in everything. Non-core is basically anything you do not have a core on. So fighting in Australia is bad for the Australians once they have these done. Like division attack on non-core territory is basically to encourage them to send troops abroad. Because the Australians famously fought in North Africa, Southeast Asia, Greece. They didn't really fight in Australia itself. One thing that we have been talking about is changing that modifier from non-core to allied core. So they would get bonuses fighting in Greece because they're allied with the Greeks, for example. Because fighting in non-core is extremely powerful, and we realise it's quite powerful. Because you could be fighting in Germany, and you are still benefiting from that non-core, whereas we want them to be a bit more defensive. So we're still discussing that one. This unit is going to have a lot of experience. Oh, you were actually pushed back from a dang. Well, dang! That's fine. You're basically doing a fighting withdrawal. But I'd kind of prefer if you withdrew to here.
Get going! Yeah. Let's go.
Fuck. You were entirely caught and destroyed. I thought I stopped you going in the end. I apparently did not. That's really expensive. To the point where I may actually just disband these. Because I cannot afford the manpower to replace them. Whoa, why are you no, why are you doing that? Ah! Here! This has been a disaster so far. Oh, I can't assign you to it. No, because I'm a dang, they're actually going to have supply to go for lay.
Going! Let's go.
So I'm going to say front line, because you're close enough. You guys keep running away and then jumping back out to sea. Can you stop being morons? Do you know what? Let's just... can't delete you until you actually die. What a disaster! My 3 best divisions. Alright, so... oh, that's true. Papua New Guinea is not a core. So I am actually getting bonuses there. Well, I would if I had my expeditionary forces over there, which I don't, because they all got sunk on the way. Ah, brilliant. Okay, so we got the Scrap Iron Flotilla. Let's do Strike from Down Under. Beneath the waves they'll glide, no roll of thunder. And if they find you, your ships they'll plunder. Have you heard? Have you heard of the subs from Down Under? You better run, or your fleet they'll squander. Yeah. Ah, they've attacked Buka. They're not going to take it. We can counterattack. Because we still control the ports. Damn it, they took lay. In that case, what I might tell you to do... go and hold that. Where the hell are you off to? Alright, seriously, you're gonna need to stop being an idiot and just stay there. Seriously, just stay here! I have you set to free control. You should not be moving. Good. Alright, this is now a straight crossing, so we should have the advantage there. You two are going to run out of supply and then I'll just counter-attack and destroy you. Meanwhile, technology is still ongoing. Not much more I can do out of that. I never upgraded my artillery. That was stupid. Considering how reliant on artillery I am. You counter-attack here. Counter-attack, would you win? No, so don't. Actually, that may have been a bad idea, because now both of you may attack him. I'm going to move back, that's right then. High-speed minesweeping, let's go. 250. So we want total mobilization and then women in the workforce. Then after this, I think we're going to go for the steel upgrades so we can actually get those done. 19 days away from the submarine, 60-something from the destroyers. They have sunk like 100 convoys.
Off we go. Orders, boss.
Yeah, definitely had the right idea with you defending the strait there. Oh, one of the mechanized made it. The only one. You actually got most of your equipment. The thing you're missing is the mechanized. Looks out of trucks, which is what I do. Guess I need to make some more trucks. Probably, for now, cancel artillery production. Your organization is starting to falter because you're out of supply. Meanwhile, they are really doing some damage with the submarines. And after strike from down under, I think I might need to do some of the manpower stuff. Let's pull you back again. I think the next thing I'm going to do is have you move to here. Move them away from the supply, because at the moment I'm in low supply, they are not. So let's withdraw to this prepared position where we are in the forest with a river, and then we can pull back to here if we absolutely have to, which is Kokoda Trail, which is one of the most famous battlefields for the Australians. I never thought we would actually be replaying the Kokoda Trail campaign, but hey, we are. So this will be good. True to history. Do I want to research AA? I think I probably do. Because they do have some aircraft out there. 200 only, but 200 is having an impact. There's the submarine. So let's go ahead and create that. Oops, we don't have the torpedo tubes yet. 39 days, fine. Let's go ahead and start researching tier 3 subs. Because ultimately I'd prefer to use those. Rabul. We've actually almost finished getting the supply hub. Do I really want to put a supply hub there? That's a good question. I'm not sure the answer just yet.
Get going! We're copping it!
Icelandic American cooperation. Alright, let's get some manpower. Populator parish. When the Great Depression struck, birth rates declined rapidly and have ever since struggled to recover. In the purpose of continued domestic development, we shall establish a federal Department of Immigration to conduct and oversee a new immigration program.
Get going!
You go and sit in Kokoda.
All set.
You keep disobeying me. Keep pushing. They may well actually deplete his
Off we go.
organization. Though his experience is going up and up and up. Where are you? Oh, you're booking me. These two should be as good as dead. They are out of organization at this point. Nope. Still not.
set.
Siamese Empire declared war on Guangdong.
Righto.
What's McKay? Oh, he doesn't have a... He must have lost his headquarters. Oh, what a freaking disaster that was. Yeah, we lost a lot of equipment with that. Allied Corps would probably be more in line with how they performed historically. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Japanese sub-commander is getting a lot of medals with those intercepts. Yeah, they really are. Mordred learns what it's like being on the receiving end of seeing her unit sunk by submarines. It hurts! I don't like it! Is it always this painful? This unit's actually almost at full strength. The thing that's hurt them is... No, stop, stop! Don't train there. Go. This whole area is terrible for training. You know what's not bad for training? Sitting in Gona, letting them attack you. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to move you here.
Yeah.
Not you!
Let's go.
Germany breaks Molotov-Ribbentrop. Germany declared war on the Soviet Union. So this is going to be a bit of a weaker division. One, because they're green, so they have minus 25 to all of their stats. Two, because they're still lacking a bunch of stuff. It's actually mostly trucks that they're missing. Huh. You know what? I think we need some more military factories. Let's get some of those built. Do something like this. Six more days, and then we can start building escorts. Oh, that's a naval invasion of Rabaul. Which Rabaul is holding. For the moment. Now, seriously, can we please clear these out? They can take that airbase, which is not ideal. As long as they don't take the port, though, is the big one. And there's the basic destroyer. Okay, let's go and design that. So it needs a tiny little pop gun. It needs depth charge, and it needs sonar. This is a sub-hunter. I want these. I want lots of them. Jump to it. That may be a problem, but we'll deal with that when we come to it. Improved destroyer I think would be good for the extra speed. And probably the extra torpedoes, I think. That we just want to continue upgrading. Meanwhile, we have an upgrade. Torpedo attack, surface detection, reliability, fuel usage. I am genuinely a bit concerned about my fuel usage. You guys lost again? You stay there, because they'll just cross.
Boy, listen up.
Taking a little bit of a risk leaving this unguarded. But having just done one naval invasion, I'm not expecting them to do another one immediately. We really need populator parish before these get done. You have like a month. You'll get done about the same time. Improved artillery. Keep on improving that artillery. Could also probably do with improving our mechanized. We are actually at full strength in terms of mechanized. It's mostly manpower and trucks we're short on now. Okay. That's one unit dead. I want to take that airbase back. I do not like the idea of them having an airbase here.
Orders, boss.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. That includes you.
Oi, listen up.
Oi, oi, oi! Counterattacked.
Eyes on him.
Oh.
All set.
Counterattack, let's go. Now come on you two. These guys have been starving for ages at this point. You should be able to win this easily. Seriously? Guys! One.
All set.
You lost and then you got that one. Good. Alright. Success. We're starting to dig in some more now. Cool. 2 years ahead of time logistics. Let's do it just to give ourselves that advantage. This is for artillery. We definitely want the extra soft attack. Please and thank you. Empire of Japan demands French Indochina.
Boss.
Alright. Moore's you are not sucking. Recruitment drive, let's get that as well. The weak will of previous governments, as well as their excessive reliance on Britain, have resulted in a long period of neglect for Australia's armed forces. This shall no longer stand as we launch our campaign to drive recruitment into the Australian Defence Force.
Attention.
Counterattack here now. Yes, you can. We can't. Manpower. Destroyers. I could add a screen mastery. Probably should.
Orders, boss.
You should also be getting manpower now, because you're still at 68% current manpower. You're only 11 trucks short. This division is very nearly full strength, which is nice. And actually, with you not having deployed, there is only one place where you can deploy, and it's here. And I'm kind of okay with you being deployed here.
Yeah.
There we go. Alright. Let's turn you into an offensive line and prepare for the reconquest of Leh. I'm going to say that you're going to be fighting close proximity, that's fine.
Orders, boss.
Well, so far this fight's been kind of interesting. Do I want to train some more mechanized? No, I don't think so. Not yet. I will, however, say that you lot have priority when it comes to resources. Or do you? No, because that's just killed my mechanized production. Thankfully the efficiency didn't suffer. So you guys are going to get built very, very slowly. I really need to sort out steel. Yeah, none of the steel is being imported at the moment. So I think I'm just going to cancel all of the imports. And one of the companies we have is Mount Isa Mines. That's where that was. I did see someone reporting that there was localization missing, but they didn't say where it was. They just said, yes, localization's missing. Found it. So Mount Isa upgraded. Lock. Noted. Turns out that Japan calling your bluff was the correct call. Yeah, kind of. Operation Room did a good video on Kokoda Trail. I did watch that. It was a good one. Japanese army did excel in just digging in on the islands and making it hell to get them out. Yes. But anyway, what I was talking about with this one is lack of resources penalty minus 25%. So if you are being blockaded, this could be a good one to have. It's kind of the opposite to Broken Hill, where you just get a glut of resources. And because we're a little behind on that at the moment, so I am destroying the war against us. That's fine. Ah, Barbarossa's in. I'd forgotten that Barbarossa had started. I was planning to help the Soviets in that. That didn't quite go as planned, however. So I think what I'm doing at the moment is saving up. You know what? I could do Iron Knob, but the one that I really want is Port Kemmler. You are now at full strength, so let's see what a counterattack looks like. Because our hardness is so strong, I'm kind of happy just throwing myself at this mountain. I wonder how mechanized are in mountains. They're probably majestic. They're now building military factories, I noticed. I think I'd rather still have dockyards, to be quite honest. Group destroyer. Oh, that was the tier 3. Hell yeah. Okay, so we can stick. We can start producing just better destroyers now. The other thing I think I want to do. Let's get advanced computing machines, then maybe aircraft. So depth charge. Let's go ahead and design the tier 3. Pop gun. Depth charge. Sonar. Is that worth it? 800 versus the Escort 2, which is... Oh, it's only 80 more. Oh, that's 100% worth it. So build one of those. And then put all of your construction in Escort 3s. Let's have those finish off first. There's improved artillery. Now I do need to upgrade my artillery, I think. Let's get Bofors. So I have a bit more AA, which I can add to ships if I need to. So the other thing I'm hoping you're getting from this, and which is why I'm kind of happy letting it go, is experience. Because you're mechanized, you're basically not impervious to damage, but you're going to be taking away less of it. I would like to see the mechanized divisions, how they function in... Actually not terrible. Huh. What about jungle? Okay, jungle they're going to struggle in. Yeah, infantry have a lot of defense in jungle. Okay. Thank you. Good spot.
Give him room.
That'll do for now.
Orders, boss.
So one thing I could do is turn this guy into mechanized, and I think I will, and then assign him to this force. Oh, that's Guadalcanal. Is Guadalcanal English? I never realised that. Resource need, minus 10%, but this is aluminium, which we are not actually short on, so I think I'd rather have a production cap. Siam and China just made peace. Interesting. And there's the improved submarine. I'm going to stick with the tier 2 sub. So I just need to mark you as not actually... obsolete. Main thing being just the bigger engine. But at the moment we're not really in a position to make use of them, so we're not going to. We're going to focus mostly on just getting the destroyers up and running so we can counter their submarines, which I'm not anticipating will take too long. We can also now finish off the excavation. Down here, we should be pretty safe to start operating. Hunter killer, let's do it. From the start, not terrible. Equipment drive. Okay, so we should have plenty of manpower now. So let's go back to the naval line and get the Cockatoo Island shipyards. We get some more shipyards going. Cruising for a bruising, I don't think we necessarily need at the moment. Cockatoo Island shipyards have long served as the Imperial repair and maintenance hubs, supporting Royal Navy operations abroad. Now, a cornerstone of the Royal Australian Navy, we must expand its capacity to meet the growing demands of our fleet and sustain our naval strength. Now, I really just need steel. Good news, everyone! Let's get some more steel. Alright, you two are as good as you're going to be. Let's counterattack. That's green. I like green. Green's good. What? Cheeky bastards! Alright. So we can get 2 divisions from that. I'm gonna take a risk. Do this. I think I've got 5% coverage there. I mean, I need to do something about this. Unfortunately, there's quite a few of them that landed. There's like 5 or 6 divisions. So even containing them is going to be difficult. Did say you shouldn't forget Darwin. With what? I'm fighting this entire war with 8 divisions right now. If I hadn't lost the mechanized, and I did not mean to actually send them to Papua New Guinea, I just forgot to delete the order, I would have 3 mechanized sitting in Darwin. Alright, we're gonna need to... Needs must. Oh, except if I abandon. No, you need to defend Gona. You guys need to cancel your current order. You need this Port Moresby guy to get there. We get down to Townsville. Navy is up. Yeah! Damn it, I knew that was going to happen. Well, actually, one thing you guys can do. Sink that entire army again. Fuck! And then they arrive. 2 convoys escaped. I think this might well be game over, man. I think this might well be game over. No, I'm not going to have Britain bailing us out. Absolutely not.
Good to go.
They still have a little bit of strength, but barely enough. Although we do have quite a few resources and enough manpower potentially in reserve to reinforce them. Maybe. Logistics Company 3 doesn't really help me anymore. Field Hospital, can you save people sunk by submarine? Because that would be very nice right now.
All set.
I mean, still, if I can take Darwin back, they're a long way away from any ports. And I can deploy you guys here.
All set.
You guys can block that entrance.
Boy, listen up. What's the go?
This is where it becomes a 3. I mean, actually what I can do is just get behind them.
Orders, boss.
So you can hold him back successfully, that's good. More research. Bigger guns, please. Feel like we're gonna need them.
What's the go? What's the go? What's the go? Good to go.
Warshead fell ill. Of course he did. Start drilling 2 more of you.
Ready, boss. What's the go? Good to go. Hello. Get 'em!
I'm worried about myself being surrounded.
Ready, boss. Get
Better,
going.
let's go straight for Darwin. Stop them shipping more troops in. That's going to be a bigger problem.
Orders, boss.
So we have this one guy who's behind us, but he should run out of supply. These two holding that line should be fine. The only danger is if he moves here, then I basically
All set.
counter-encircled. So let's just work on dividing and conquering. With 20% training, I don't know that you're going to be able to be quickly enough deployed.
Yeah.
Oh, you went the wrong way. You didn't go to Perth. Alright. Well, it's not over yet. Cockatoo Island shipyards. Gonna want more of those destroyers, please and thank you. Escort. Let's go. We are very short on steel, but we're working on that at least. And in fact, you should be some more excavation tech. No, 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 no. Everything's fine. Everything's fine here. We're fine. No need to worry. We're fine, thank you. Anzac Spirit might be useful. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps earned a formidable reputation during the Great War, expending great effort and much blood in pursuit of victory for the Empire. Their qualities were evident to all: endurance, courage, ingenuity, and good humour, combined with a casual defiance in the face of danger and hardship. Sounds about right for what we are dealing with at the moment. You two might actually be able to kill him. You're heading back? Oh, they got to the outskirts of Perth and then got bored. Okay. All is not lost. Because we pop that helmet and we turn you guys around and we pop this helmet. And you're taking Darwin. And he's seen the danger of me retaking Darwin. Okay. And now we're starting to catch some of the submarines too. 83% guarded. Did you lose?
Ready, boss.
Yes.
Shifted.
So you just hold off there for a second. It's fine. More excavation, please and thank you. Oh dear. Okay, so they do actually have units up here. That is a somewhat irritating. Once we clear this up, we'll be able to invest a lot more troops to taking that. And you're back going for Perth, so let's pause this for a second while I just go and deploy these guys to Perth.
What's the go? Orders, boss? In the room.
Should arrive here any second. Come on. Oh fuck, they caught one of the mechanized.
Ready, boss. Going. Righto.
I can probably give this up. Problem is, how many submarines are going to be in that area? The answer is basically yes. But the other thing I might be able to do,
Yeah?
can you cross? Never mind.
Righto. All set.
Alright, he's dead.
Ready, boss.
Let's just delete a bunch of these lines because they're getting kind of confusing.
Up yet?
And then
Shifter.
your job. Attacking through the deserts of Central Australia is to retake Darwin. Off you go.
Righto.
Holding that.
Boy, listen up.
I should get Citizen Defense Military Forces in Alice Springs. That will at least put a supply hub here, which would be very helpful. Excavation 4, let's get that. I think I've got to abandon Papua New Guinea. The reason I'm being so hesitant is because it gives them naval bases, but they've already got these two. Alright, we're going to do it.
Good to go.
Need to defend the homeland. Because they are just bringing more and more troops in for the attack on Australia. Thankfully, the Navy is actually fighting pretty gamely to try and maintain strength and control.
All set.
Very nearly out of fuel. Yeah, it's a good thing that we did this now, because I would not be able to maintain my naval forces up there for much longer. Is that everyone? Yeah?
Let's go.
Did we not lose anything? I don't think we did. Oh, hell yeah! Okay, so we succeeded in our own little Dunkirk there.
Ready, boss.
So I'm going to assign one of you to him. I'm going to go here with you. With Darwin as the ultimate objective. And you two basically just need to hold on to Perth. If Perth falls, it's very bad, because there's no other major supply over here. And unfortunately they've now taken Alice Springs, so we can't build the supply hub to there. You're steadily being pushed back, which sucks. Okay, let's tell you to head back to port. We'll leave you 6 out, because you should be a lot cheaper to maintain. Because getting fuel at the moment would be challenging. Cockatoo Docks. This is the cruisers and battleships. Just go with armor for you. That's what we got. Yours going to last a tiny bit longer.
We're copping it. All set. Get going. Get going.
What am I doing for equipment? Not great. I need to stop making mechanized. It's too expensive for the things that I am now trying to do, and I do need some more artillery. That'll do. Of course, this is all going to cost more steel. You guys just keep that pressure going. Refining sounds like it might well be useful. Can I buy fuel? Considering there's naval battles going on out there, unlikely. So what I'm going to do... Actually, at the moment, we don't have any reason to be patrolling. So don't. Must be annoying for the Aussie viewers here, having to rely on Perth. Played Australia last night, did a good job on the tree. Thank you! Appreciate that. Alright, so we got the Anzacs. Larrikin is no. Defense Forces act in order to then get Alice Springs for that supply hub. I can't believe we're relying on getting a supply hub in Alice freaking Springs. Until now, only volunteer professional soldiers could be deployed overseas. As the conflict continues to escalate, we must establish the legal framework to allow militia units to serve abroad if required. Oh, we've taken it back. Okay, good. And you... Close. Close. That's fine. Hopefully the supply for you lot... I'm actually surprised you're getting as much supply down here as you are. Like, those supply lines are... gargantuan. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach these divisions to you. The only one that I might... No. You should be assigned down here now. Alright, Leslie. You have the majority of our forces now. I'm, however, going to put a halt for you. Just you. I don't have the fuel to actually make use of you properly. Trucks are actually okay on. It's artillery and infantry equipment. I'd say especially infantry equipment. We kind of need more divisions. Damn it, Leslie! I need to relieve you of command, I'm afraid. I cannot afford to have a wounded commander in charge of the defense of the homeland. Gordon Bennett! Time for the counterattack, you 5-attack madman.
Ready, boss.
Let's go for bloody Darwin again. We are getting fuel again. Meanwhile, we can actually get another doctrine, which we probably should for the infantry. We are ultimately going to be using mobile infantry. Infantry, motorized, mechanized, organization, and speed. Motorized, mechanized, soft attack. 40 organization with this? Okay. The other thing we might want to start doing is getting submarines just to cut off supply at sea. Plus, I can now do iron knob mine for even more steel. Unfortunately, Western Australia is this bit, so we've lost access to Bulwara for the moment. Ah! Next! You're still wounded for another 70 days. Vasey is unfortunately expeditionary commander, so I guess Northcott? Oh, that's really frustrating. Actually, Kenneth Ether is probably the better option because he's actually aggressive. We are having absolutely horrific supply issues here. This is why we really, really need Alice Springs, and in fact, I think I'm going to basically halt that offensive until we do. I'm going to attach you to that army.
Ready, boss.
I'm going to attach you to that army. And we do have Doctrine available for you. Although actually what I need to do first of all is... Still aggression, I think. Did we do that sometime? Either of you leveled up yet? 3 dockyards. Alright, let's start building some of the sub-2Bs. Field Hospital 3 is done. That's good for the trickle back. Let's go for the Logistics Company 4 ahead of time. We're down to 12 days of fuel again because the mechanized was moving. Actually got 4 divisions now. You might be in a position where you can counterattack. If I can push you up to here, I'll be quite happy. And we should definitely have the supply advantage over you. Let's go tier 2 Bren, Universal Bren carriers. Let's go for the soft attack breakthrough cost, because my industry is still decent, despite being somewhat occupied by the enemy at the present. Has Japan gone to war with the USA yet? Yes. Hence, landings. Although a lot of their landing troops are probably busy with me right now.
Good to go.
So I think that this offensive is going to be up to you, Mr. McKay. Advanced computing machine. Good, good, good. So that's all of the technology stuff. Let's get advanced radio. Counterattack. Let's go. Gonna try and just trade with Iran. See what fuel can get through. In fact, I'm trading with Iran. It's trading here. So why don't I just do this? Taking it there. Love it. Meanwhile, we have more political power. We can exploit bauxite deposits in Tasmania. Sure. Get some more of those metals. Meanwhile, the Perth front is doing quite nicely. And then once we have Defence Citizen Forces Act on bloody Alice Springs, we can launch an attack on Darwin. The outback is big, really big. At its heart lies the small town of Alice Springs, which can serve as a central logistical hub for operations across Australia. We should develop it and establish an army base to train troops ready for that environment. Yeah, because this all counts as desert, so maybe we should get desert training as well. Ah, and we have the Electrolux too. Anglo-Soviet invasion of Iran. Oh no, is that going to disrupt my fuel purchases? I don't think it is. Well, now that I've established that I can actually trade here... I'm not at war with the Axis. Let's see if any of this steel gets through. The war is shifting. Alice Springs is a 70-day. That should really be a 35. Made a note. Can't really do anything with you until that is secured. Because you are faster than the unit I'm fighting against. Let's see if we can get a cutoff going ahead.
Set.
No, you never deployed your HQ. You should. Escaped.
Get back!
Let's see if I can get around behind them again. Because now I'm out in the open.
Get going!
Gotcha. That's a really good get. That's a really, really good get. Let's close this down. Boom. Beautiful. And there's Excavation Force, so we should start seeing the flow of some more resources coming in now. Plus, you know, I'm buying. Reduce the amount I'm importing by a lot. I will try to buy some rubber from Brazil. Block this, Japan. And now it's going to be me that's going to be horribly overstretched, but that's kind of okay. Now that I'm actually expanding the amount of resources I get, I think I'm going to go and grab Broken Hill. Which is reducing the amount of steel I need to buy again. There we go. This is more like what Australia is supposed to do. Halfway to Alice Springs. So it was kind of Perth that saved us here. It was the Alice Springs defensive line that thwarted the Japanese advance, and then the Perth counterattack that is in the process of reclaiming Australia. Now we just need Alice Springs to complete, and then we'll have a supply hub here from which to reach Darwin.
Ready, boss.
Except I'm no longer getting my fuel from Iran. Probably have to buy it from the US. Except I really don't want to buy it from those capitalist pigs, so I'm instead going to go with Venezuela.
Set.
Well, these guys are still going. I mean, we do have exceptional logistics.
Attention.
So even in these areas where logistics is a little low, like here, we have high motorization. We're 100% supplied. No. No point being impatient. And they could be launching naval invasions of any of these other ports on my coast, I know. But now I think I would at least be able to divert troops to those offensives if I needed to. Previously, I would not have had that luxury. That is a lot of mechanized. Okay.
Ready, boss.
Let's
Ready, boss.
make you two mechanized. Because you're close enough to Alice Springs, you should be able to get your resources back again. You guys are counter-attacking me. I'm kind of okay with that. Because I will just be damaging you. Leningrad has fallen. Did Kyiv fall yet? Yes, just. There it is, Alice Springs. So we now have the road to Alice Springs with a supply hub. Which is the moment that Kenneth Ether was waiting for. Let the counterattack begin. Well, your national focus. Training camps? Anti-malaria campaign for the even better logistics. Let's do that. Our forces may be called to fight across the jungles of the Pacific, where a threat more deadly than enemy bullets awaits, malaria. We must take decisive action to protect our troops from this invisible enemy. Hey, Pigeon. Yeah, we had a bit of a disastrous moment in this campaign, but I think we're turning things around. If I can take Darwin, then these guys are completely unsupplied. And then I also get Gordon Bennett back again.
Orders, boss.
I want you to punch through to Darwin, please. There's a universal carrier, so let's go and switch production to those. And Kangaroo is still a little too far ahead. Let's get the Bren Mark IIIs. And more hardness for mechanized.
What's the go? Get going. Right up.
And this will be a nice cutoff.
Ready, boss.
Boom. Oh boy, that's a lot of people.
All set.
Let's protect that.
All set.
You attacking this with you support. That should pop those
Orders,
helmets.
boss.
I don't really care about this.
All set. What's the go?
They abandoned it. Well, this is too good an opportunity to let up. Meanwhile, the fall of Rome. Push through. Some extra supply. There you go. We rescued Gordon Bennett. We got Darwin back.
Let's go.
So let's just close up the little bits. And you thought this was over. I mean, it almost was. Oh, it's literally just Rome. And then we need to plan how we're going to cross the sea again. That's a lot of submarines. I kind of forgot about them. My bad. No destroyer. This is 5. There's a destroyer in here. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. What I was trying to do was create you into a submarine fleet. Alright. Now that my trade routes are open again, I can actually import fuel, which is nice. And you are going to run out of supply
All set.
sooner rather than later. Let's have you just attack these guys. Crush them. And you just walk to there.
Off we go.
You just walk to there. And that's Australia back in our hands. So from the brink of disaster to a pretty big comeback. Now it's time for the Australians to make life really difficult for the Japanese. And this should also have enabled Pilbara again. Oh, and also Iron Monarch. Nice. Oh, can't because we're within reach. This one, however, I can do. So we're saving up political power for that. Now I'm the one sinking the convoys.
Ready, boss.
So how much will it cost to make these mechanised? A lot. No position to do that anytime soon. Dutch East Indies are at war with Japan now as well. That's true. Okay. Further attack. Time for Australians to make things really difficult. Ah, the national sport. I mean, if you saw the Australians in the Spanish Civil War earlier, yeah, basically. Oh, they've actually got destroyers down here. Okay, so let's put you guys on patrol. This northern area just to clear out anything. Now that the Japanese are at war with the British and the Americans, I'm not really expecting their fleets to head down to my neck of the woods that often. So hopefully my main combat fleets can then find these little destroyer fleets and sink them. But I do need to plan the reconquest of Port Moresby. Which I think is effectively going to be your job. As my main offensive commander. What did we just get? Ah, anti-malaria campaign. Cool. Let's go grab Larrikinism. Defined as the uncultivated, rowdy but good-hearted person, Larrikinism has come to embody Australian culture, rugged endurance, irreverence towards authority, and good-humoured defiance in the face of danger. Australian soldiers earned a reputation in the Great War for facing hardship with resilience and taking it in stride. And now I am getting plenty of resources. So I think I'm going to go back to my original plan, which is to try and mechanize my military if I can. Germany seems a lot more competent this patch. Yeah, I know that some AI work was done on the Germans. On the Germans. And we go with Streamline Line. You got a medal for what? Oh, liberating Darwin. Nice. Well, the other one's been all getting supply consumption reduction, so I think I'm going to give that to you as well. You still have a unit slot. I was thinking of getting signal companies, but we don't have the doctrine trait for that one just yet. I think I'm going to replace Ether. You did well. This is now the size. Well, actually, no, we want Moorehead back because he's our defensive commander. And we're going to say, defend this area. Please. And deploy. Oh, right. The other thing I can do is change the HQ templates. Because they've turned out to be quite squishy, so I'd quite like to just give them more infantry. Logistics and service. Right, this makes the units bigger. Planning, recon while entrenched, capture chance. We definitely want the hospital group. I don't have air power. I don't have special forces. Recon and terrain buffs I think I would quite like to have. Supply consumption and unit size, let's do that. Actually on the verge of getting another army doctrine. I know we just cancelled that, but we're gaining this slowly.
Ready, boss.
50 days to prepare that naval invasion. Wow. Okay. That's a lot of boats. Turns out we are producing submarines at a very, very rapid clip. So what I really want is to get Rabaul back, so that I can put my naval base up here. Naval supply hub, rather. And start basically building a network of those. I could potentially do one in, like, Buka. No, because, like, Rabaul is literally built up to the stage where it can be built, just haven't quite got to it yet.
Ready, boss.
Which is one of the reasons I was fighting so hard to keep control of Rabaul.
All set.
How goes the campaign? Up and down. Very much up and down. It started out really quite positive, and then we went to war with Japan. We were holding on to Papua New Guinea, although it was a proper Kokoda Trail campaign. Like, we were fighting them here, which is Kokoda. And then they invaded Darwin successfully, so I had to pull back from Papua New Guinea. Big campaign to retake Australia, because they'd moved down, all the way down to... They were on the outskirts of Perth. And they had been moving just south of Alice Springs. But big old counterattack with the Papua divisions when they returned. We lost our entire mechanized army twice, which was annoying to submarines. Dig! 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 Until you're safe, came the order from General William Birdwood when the Anzacs landed at Gallipoli, words that became synonymous with the Australian way of war. Yet the spirit of the digger runs deeper, binding Australian and New Zealand soldiers through mateship, the enduring bond of fighting alongside and for one's comrades. Yeah, where the name Diggers came from is not actually sure. The dig, dig, dig speech by Birdwood is one theory, but another theory is a lot of the Australian soldiers who joined for the First World War were miners, so they might have been called diggers because they were miners. I went with the Birdwood story, it was a bit more dramatic. Is Mech going to be useful island hopping against Japan? Yes. Probably not. We'll try it. We'll see how it works. Because I had been building Mech with the intention of supporting the Soviets in Barbarossa. It's just Japan got in the way. Plans changed. Diggers were the miners sent on to mine the trenches in France, no? Yeah, I think so. Boys anti-tank rifle. How are we doing on mech now? 500. So I think that might be another unit that can be made into mech. Yes, it is. This is a whole lot of attrition you guys have been suffering. It's only 4%. That's a big train. Yeah, now it's my submarines that are causing a headache. Much better. What are we up to? 8, 9. So we only actually want a few more subs. I don't really think we need more than 10 task forces worth. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to say, build me one more of each of those. Then after that, we're going to go back to the escorts. And we'll keep one set of dockyards working on submarines just to replenish any losses that we take. Although the Japanese are generally pretty bad at defending against that. Very nearly level 3. Seawolf, you're getting... There's diggers. No worries. That's not a knife. This is a knife! A bit of bravado and humour goes a long way. Our soldiers face danger with confidence, grit, and no shortage of swagger. I love this t-shirt. Okay, so good. That is the capstone of the Anzac mini branch. So our troops should be pretty proficient at fighting at this point. Did training cancel your... No, it didn't. Now we just need the naval dominance. So I'm going to cancel your current orders and just say patrol here. That's it. And hopefully there's enough of you where we can get the dominance here required. I think we can. USA has declared war on Vichy France. And we have now got armor doctrine. Armoured infantry support. All infantry motorized and mechanized gain breakthrough. Armoured spearhead. No. Streamlined deployment. Mechanized infantry recovery rate and organization. Mobile defense. Mechanized infantry, even more soft attack. Armoured cavalry. Mechanized infantry, defense and organization. And then soft attack, organization, speed, recovery rate, breakthrough. I mean, it's got to be armoured cavalry. And I'm assuming this unlocks with mechanized. No. Mobile defense. Armoured car tanks, armour variants. None of these level up with mechanized. They do upgrade with armoured cars though, which is interesting. But that's just not going to grow. Hey Shinri. Oh damn, Paul Hogan. Yeah. Alright, are you ready to naval invade? Get me Port Moresby back. Still trying to get the control. Fine. We do have some submarines in reserve now, but that's fine. Did I miscount? That's still only 9. Okay, we can actually have one more task force. Need to take Papua New Guinea back. This has been a real roller coaster of a campaign. This one's been a fun one. Fighting in the trenches of Spain, winning it for the Republicans, fighting in the trenches of communist China against the Japanese, pissing the Japanese off so much that they invaded Papua New Guinea and then Darwin, the scramble to protect Australia. They go all the way down to the outskirts of Perth and then Alice Springs. But we managed to turn the tide, push them back out, and now I'm trying to retake the territories that they'd taken from me. Preferably before the Dutch East Indies steals them all. I'm down to just 162 convoys. Oh, a bunch of them are being used for trade. Fair enough, it's not as bad as it looked. But I think what I might do is add another small line to convoys with any dockyards that I may happen to get. What are we building? Oh, infrastructure. Build me 4 more dockyards in Tasmania. And then probably mills in North Queensland. Meanwhile, we have 250 political power. I am now saving up for Pilbara, so we need the 250. I need that steel! I'm having to buy steel from Sweden, which doesn't feel good. Oh, here comes the naval invasion. Let's take Port Moresby. Let's go! I don't think this is going to go well. No. Well, I guess go home, recover your organization, and then try again. Fuel refining, because we're buying a lot of fuel. Could try and attack the areas to the sides, but I really am not confident about my ability to hold that. Italian Civil War. Come on. Thank you. Oh yeah, and D-Day. It's not looking too hot for the Axis. They did get past Kyiv, but nowhere near Moscow or even Stalingrad. They did take Leningrad, but that's about it. Meanwhile, now it's my turn to think your goddamn convoys. You shouldn't have awoken the wrath of the submarine guy. Try again. Let's go. Meanwhile, I should, yes, be getting mastery, so let's go wolf packs. Let's go convoy escort. That's what we'll do for now. Right, I was going to start researching air power so that I could actually provide some air support. Okay, this time the naval invasion is actually switching units in and out. It's these infantry units that are being hit the hardest. The mechanized are actually fighting. I do have enough for another mech unit. Just. Let you get your organization back and we'll try again. Plus this is also giving you invader. Is it? No, it's not. Which is a little bit surprising. We are also running a little bit short on manpower, which is not ideal. So once No Worries is done, I think we'll probably try to get some more populator parish branch. Production output costs, let's get that going. And you guys are ready for round 3. Let's go! And I think what I'm also going to do is actually get landing craft. And then maybe I can launch 2 naval invasions at a time with both of these commanders. Although I think that having Moorshead still defending our units is probably still the right decision. No Worries is done. Hungary proclaims Greater Hungary. Right, I want populator parish. I think probably the Women's Armed Forces. Although we are communists, so we can get immediate rights. Yeah, let's do that. So New Deal first of all. The protest that took place on the Australian People's Republic 150th sesquicentenary made it evident that our laws concerning Indigenous citizens must be reconsidered. At the request of the Aboriginal rights activists, we shall meet with them to determine together a pathway towards full citizenship for the Indigenous peoples. Alright, round 3. Fight! They didn't actually get all of their organisation back. Oh, because I'm blockading them. Probably. But that is a little bit disappointing in how little damage I'm actually doing to their organisation right now. Yeah, these infantry units just getting completely... Why are you attacking? Follow me, lads. Mechanized. It's gonna be a while. Research kangaroo. Almost. Almost. Let's go medium this time around. I guess to have land. Ready? Charge! Are we actually blockading? Yes, that port is blockaded. Good. I mean, if Moresby keeps on failing, what I should probably do before this becomes the 14th Battle of Asonzo is attack one of the other ports, like maybe one of these two. Yeah, I think that's probably the better idea. So let's go from here to here to hopefully get in front of the Indonesians. Unfortunately, that is going to require another preparation. Ah, fine. That is also going to mean that you need to get control of those two sea zones. Getting a surplus of them. Let's go ahead and cut you in half. And then I guess cut down on the number of submarines I'm producing. Because you are really covering basically everything you can reach right now. Does controlling the entire continent of Australia confer any bonuses or not? No. Really close to getting Barbara. We were definitely intercepting their submarine, or their convoys. Alright, New Deal is done. So we are communists, so we do have access to immediate rights. So I think we'll go for this one. Gives us 200 weekly manpower, which would be quite nice. Lose some stability, but that basically just offsets what we got from New Deal. No population group within the Australian People's Republic shall be regulated by federation, and no heritage shall restrict one's grant of civil rights. By establishing our own Citizen Act and moving away from the notion that our population consists merely of British subjects, Australian rights shall no longer be conditional. And then after that is done, I think what I might do is Common Cause and then see if we can start... You know what, we never did... You know what? 20% extra range might be quite useful. About 30% with Red Pacific too. None of these give range, do they? No. The Germans are again making progress.
Huzzah!
This is a very back and forth battle. D-Day is mostly being pushed out. I mean, still around Cherbourg, but the one around Le Havre is gone. Italy looks like it's stabilized. Scarlax and Jezebel, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, hello. We are, of course, playing as Australia. We're Communist Australia. And things could be going a bit better. We fought in the Spanish Civil War. We won it for the Republicans. We fought for the Communist Chinese against the Japanese, which pissed the Japanese off and they declared war on us. There may have been other factors involved. We fought and held on to Papua New Guinea. Then they invaded Darwin, took Darwin, pushed all the way down to the outskirts of Perth, where we managed to hold them. We then abandoned our Papua New Guinea positions, moved over to Townsend, not this place, yeah, Townsville, counterattacked, retook Darwin, and now we're trying to retake Papua New Guinea. So it's been a roller coaster. Aha! 250 political power. Why can't I? No, it's not tier 3. Northwest Australia needs to be level 3 infrastructure. Build it. I need that steel. I'm buying so much from Sweden at the moment. Also more rubber. Oh, Brazil's not selling me as much. That is disappointing, Brazil. Let's go down to just 1. My control might be sufficient at this point that I can actually buy from the Dutch East Indies. Previously I was being convoy raided into oblivion. But I'm now actually able to guard the coast. Getting plenty of submarines in stockpile. So I think I'm going to reduce you down to just a 5 dockyard set. And we'll just keep some more convoys coming through. Right, I think it's time for common cause. Although equal pay would also be nice just for the production efficiency growth and cap. Nah, let's do common cause. Let's get the Commonwealth going. Under our leadership, the Commonwealth has begun to prosper, guided by the light of socialism out of the darkness of capitalist oppression. At this critical moment, we must ensure our will is not broken, and that we march together towards a better tomorrow. And we have some more research. That was one of these, but let's get excavation 5. Buy a little bit less from Sweden. Are you ready to invade yet? You are. Alright. I don't have naval dominance. So I think you lot who are currently on convoy... No, you know what? Let's switch you to patrol. I don't know if this is going to give us enough dominance over this region to actually launch these naval invasions. We shall soon see. Otherwise, I might need to get these guys patrolling as well. Let's give that a go. Maybe reduce... Well, we're buying from Batavia. You know what? This is a bad idea. We should not be sailing in here. So let's cancel the control of Java Sea. And instead, we'll just focus on this whole area. 55, 21. Need this controlled. Don't think I have quite enough ships. Let's reduce what you guys are doing. And focus everyone on this region. Oh yeah, we're going to go up to 1,000. We currently have 183. Let's keep the submarines busy in those areas. Because I have enough convoys. If a couple of them get sunk, we can replace them. That's not a problem. Although they are intercepting a lot of my fuel. Actually, I think that's just because you don't have enough. It was. Let's buy from Mexico instead. Motorized rocket artillery, which we don't have. Mechanized, however, we do. Piercing hard attack. Let's go for the breakthrough. This is not mutually exclusive, so we can still get other things. 55, 85. That's enough to launch the attack, isn't it? No, we need 375. Now it is. Alright, let's try this one again. No, the Dutch East Indies have taken it. God damn it. I don't know what's going to happen here. Cancel that. We just need to go for Rabaul. I'm going to be very, very angry if they take that instead of me. Except I cannot get to Rabaul. Alright, we're going to need to be... We're going to need to take a few risks here. Another 50 days. And Indonesia's already here. Bismarck Sea. That requires Bismarck Sea, which we can't reach. Which I'm assuming is one of these two. So let's just do the naval invasion to here. These two are very clearly not Bismarck. These two might be. Wait. Why can I land here? We don't have military access, nor port access. Gonna go to Ley, sail back to Australia, and then prepare the naval invasion. At least this doesn't stop you from preparing it. It's just a little frustrating. Fuel, could still do with buying a bit more. Let's rely on the Mexicans. There we go, now we're positive. Northwest Australia is still being developed. We need to have at least 3 infrastructure here, I think it was. It's currently 2. And this is going to be kind of risky, because we have no port here. We're going to have to just make a rush for Rabaul. Thankfully, these are mechanized. They should be quite quick. Although, actually, here's a good point. Your speed is 6.4. Infantry guns? What speed are infantry guns? It doesn't look like they're slowing us down. No, they must be. 6.4 is really slow. Mechanized movement speed is usually 10. No, you know what's the cavalry scouts? Infantry guns don't slow you down. Interesting. So I need to replace you with motorized. There we are. We're now speed 10. Well, that should help. The RT is already motorized. That's why I was thinking it must be the... It may as well be drilling. That's why I thought it might be the infantry guns. Oh! Indonesia's going to end up taking all of this, and I'm completely stuck here. There's just not much I'm going to be able to do because I can't reach anything else. I do still have that port, I guess. That's true. I still have that port. So I can reach this. Train me 2 more infantry divisions just so I can protect that area with, you know, my lot of manpower. Let's go to extensive. And we've made it to 1943 without going extensive, so I think we've been doing okay manpower-wise. We have killed 400,000 Japanese and lost 129. Right, there's common cause. So we now have the Commonwealth. Get a short-term objective. Have at least 250 infantry battalions in the faction. We currently have 177. R&D convoys. Have at least 1,000 convoys. Not really intention to do that. Be in a faction with at least 5 members. That one we could potentially do. And then Red Fred, so we can actually upgrade, because we still have Jack Miles. I mean, he is giving us the stability and war support. Borderless Solidarity would give us the intelligence agency. Well, the greater good doesn't help us that much. Join Comintern merges our faction into the Comintern. But no, what I really want is stretch the fleet. Forgot about this icon. I literally was like, here's the battleship we usually have. Now make it stretched. For the icon requirement. Britain still stands in the stronghold of capitalism, protected by its mighty fleet. It's time to expand our own naval capabilities, take the fight to them, and show the world which island is bigger. Hint. It's us. Yeah, they've already overtaken us. Damn it! Well, now that we've seen that we can actually get to Rabaul, I really should have just started this naval invasion against Rabaul in the first place. I'm going to be a bit aggressive. We're going to go here, here, and here. And then we're going to require naval control over all of these locations. Problem is, there's a lot of Japanese ships here. But our dominance is going to rise high enough, so we should be able to do that. It's just a question as to whether we do it before the Indonesians arrive. Interwar medium airframe. I'm going to continue researching better ones. Havilland, and also engines, because we need that at the very least. And probably bombs and guns in various different flavors. Torpedo attack for submarines, that sounds like it might be useful. Oh, the Japanese aren't even here. So this is contested. Am I even going to be able to land that? Yes. Wait, no. We have 356 out of the 0 required. It's blue. So I think as long as it's not hostile domination, we can do whatever there. Production efficiency for medium planes. That sounds like it might be useful. And we can get the final tech and artillery. As we are so heavily reliant on artillery, and we can also make tier 3 artillery now. Huzzah! We did spend 50 political power somewhere along the way. Oh, right, when we went up in conscription. No, the Americans! $36. $37. $38. $39. Go, 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 go. Oh god, go, 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 go. Vickers Revolt, we can get extra defense, we can get extra production efficiency gain and cap for artillery. Let's do that. Well, I suspect that we have, yeah, thousands of equipment outstanding, so let's just go and Train another 2 infantry divisions, because I'm sure we're going to need them at some point. And mechanized, we have 2,000 surplus, so we could have upgraded you before this invasion.
Orders, boss.
Oh. Should land here. We did. Oh, we can attack from America. Well, it looks like we'll get Rabaul back, which is really nice. This is the only place I cared about. Alright, let's spread out and grab this. And then with Rabaul taken, I really want a naval supply hub here. Alright, we're back in business.
Let's go.
Whew. Now we need to think about how the heck we're going to take Port Moresby. I mean, yes, I know we could build another naval base somewhere. I'm just annoyed that you took Madang and Leh already. Maybe I'll request military access through the Dutch East Indies, though I don't know if that would help matters. They would accept it. But from this position, we should be able to push naval raiding all the way up there. Convoy escort, protect our own seas. Based out Rabaul. Right, because naval base increases range. I'll decide what I want to do with you lot. Well, first thing I need to do is I need you to have some mechanized. I think I might just go and just wholesale promote you to mechanized. Will be a little bit short, but it's fine. So our entire army is now mechanized. So we should probably get the kangaroo. Bloody Canadians. Stealing the kangaroo. What do you have access through their stuff? I shouldn't do because I don't have military access. Why am I able to do that? I'm not in their faction.
What's it?
Oh, you know what I should do? These. Oh, they can only be motorized? Fine. Right, and we never did add like a Spirit of the Army or Spirit of Division Command. Oh well. We are also going to need to buy some more fuel, because we are very short on that again. Stretch the fleet has been done, so we now have the extra 20% range. Claims on the Japanese home isles we don't really need, but the air range and naval range we definitely do. The oceans have long served the arteries of global trade. Now it is time to take the fight to the Pacific and sever the system it sustains. The waters will run red with the blood of corrupt capitalists and heroes of the revolution alike. Oh yeah, now we're sinking stuff. We're still building that supply thing in Bismarck anyway. So So you can reach out to here. Fortunately, the Americans have already taken Okinawa, so we can't directly threaten Japan. How are the Soviets doing against the Germans? Losing. So actually, once Battle of the Oceans is done, I think I might actually do Board into Solidarity for the greater good and then join Comintern. And then see if I can find a way of getting to the Soviets. No, because I'll be at war with the Axis at that point. I mean, I can send them Lend-Lease, I can send them ships. Just range is going to be a problem at this point. Engines 1. Onwards to engines 2. 11, 10. 9. Still 9. 8. Seven. Americans have landed next to Port Moresby. And they're gonna take Ghana. But then I think they will be goners. What we might try to do prep another naval invasion. Because I'm fully expecting this to get rolled up. But then I'm just going to try and take this and then use the mechanized. And the fact that we have really good logistics upgrades to just basically just throw supplies at them to hopefully let them take stuff. Need technology. I'm going to continue with the air power stuff, so now it's time for bombs. We're basically going to try and make some long-range CAS. And there's the 250. It is time to open Pilbara. 180 days. And then after that, unlimited steel. Which would be nice, because we are still importing 63. Many caves to Hungary. I think you guys might need to go back onto patrol just so we can get the dominance needed to launch the naval invasions that I want to launch. Meanwhile, do you have Seawolf? Not yet. And we have so many submarines spare now, I think I can basically just say stop doing that. And instead... Is it cruiser time? I think I might just start building Leander class, because they're not that bad. And this will allow us to exert some more naval dominance. This is, however, going to require me to buy more steel. And the world is rapidly running out of steel. Still have loads of convoys, that's not a problem. Those are all research. Let's get the fleet escort roll. Naval maneuver. That would be useful. Although the refitting and repair speed's good, but no, I think we'll try to save up the 50. No, because we want to save political power for the mining upgrades.
All set.
Rapid approach submarines, torpedo hit chance, that's nice. The other research we should probably do is upgrading the naval invasion again to make these go even faster. Did you ever get any invader skill? Yes, 15%. Good. 2 more days. 1 more day. Go. Hello? I need more dominance. You can get a medal, which is a supply concern. No, you're not. I'll afford it. What is it now? 396, 362. Damn it. There they go.
Orders, boss.
Alright, 6 mechanized. Battle for the Ocean is done. Let's get borderless. No. Borderless solidarity. Red Pacific. The Pacific must be remade in the image of the revolution. Across the islands and the coasts of our region, we will support the rise of socialist governments and ensure the red banner flies from shore to shore. That's a lot of people still in Moresby.
Good to go.
Force attack.
Ready, man.
It's green. They're popping. Or they're being forced to withdraw, rather. We will take Alatau. There goes Alatau. 77. 78. What organisation do these guys have now? The force attack is certainly helping, so I think it was a good move doing that. I think we might actually end up taking Moresby. 93, 94. And these guys haven't even arrived yet. Boom! Moresby's ours. Let's push out and secure. Sweden requests trade of knowledge sharing for ball bearings. Yes. I agree. Now we can get some more divisions, which we want to do to give to you. And these two are still in training. We could train a bunch more as well. In fact, your entire army is now mechanized, so these two should probably also be mechanized. We can almost afford it. Close enough. Gonna go more mechanized for the moment. However... range upgrades to Haviland. Structural to Haviland. Oh no, one of you was engines. In fact, before range, we should do guns so we can actually make that plane. And then we can start producing CAS. Production output. Done. Let's make loads of light, medium planes.
What's the go? Orders, boss.
Production resource penalty reduction. Probably don't need that. That's for all transports. Don't need that. Ground attack versus agility. These are intended to be close air support.
All set. What's the go? Boy, listen up. All set. What's the go? Orders, boss.
Should be able to get there first because mechanized. Although mechanized with very little fuel, how about I do another distribute quinine? Does that help fuel supplies? I don't think so. Division attrition, heat attrition, supply grace, chance to get sick, HQ distance. Why did that go to the Dutch East Indies? Oh, because the Dutch East Indies were the ones attacking initially. Fine. Pop. 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 Right, new focus. Now we're going to do borderless solidarity. Solidarity. The word that unites the workers of the world. No border can divide us, no nation can stand alone. Wherever the struggle burns, we will answer the call and stand together in the global fight for liberation. Garrisons for the coastal ports. At this point, I think that my naval strength is sufficient. I probably don't need to. Because previously they had a naval superiority. This time I do. Also going to make you two mechanized. All units in the future will now be mechanized. So that's the Japanese, once this is retaken, kicked out of this region. And we can focus solely on other theatres of war. But I think that's going to do it for me. I've been going for 4.5 hours, and I'm getting kind of hungry. So thanks everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit the follow button to get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and you would like to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. It does help the channel out and let me do more of this kind of content. If you're watching on YouTube, you can find us on twitch.tv/MordredViking. If you're watching on Twitch, you can find us on youtube.com/MordredViking. Next weekend, I should be streaming as usual, so stay tuned to the Discord, and I will let you know what I'm doing and when. In the meantime, let's go see who's streaming. I know that Fraser was doing alt history. Yeah, they are.
Basically, they can do multiple turns in one go.
Shush, Fraser. Shush, I haven't raided you yet. So we're going to go and raid Fraser. So head on over there, say hello from Mordred Viking. Fraser is the community specialist for Hearts of Iron, so he's another of the PDX crew. So head on over there, say hello from Mordred Viking. Love to see his chat lit up by the Viking Raid, which you can do by copying and pasting Viking Raid just like that. Or if you are a subscriber, you can bring in the long ships, just like that. Anyway, that's it for me. Thanks everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed Fraser's stream. And I will see you all later. Until then, bye-bye.
Yo, Mordred!
Sometime.